Hey everyone. Stonegator, what did they tell you whenever you called? Crime Crazy, how are you? And hey Sway. Hey Peas in a Pod. Hey Katie, how are you? And can everybody hear me okay? Hey Lori. T Berries, how are you? Hey Darren. Okay, it sounds good, Lori. Okay. So I think I might have possibly, fingers crossed, found a solution to make it work. So she got failure to report death to Ellie in coroner. It's a felony and arrangement is tomorrow at 1:30. Thank you for that information, Stonegator. And that was in regards to little Michael Vaughn, Stonegator? Yeah, peas in the pot. I think they're new charges. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. How are you? Hey Mandy, how are you? Yeah, Dan, I believe they are new charges. That was she was arrested on the 12th, like early yesterday morning. I think it was like 1 something in the morning, it said. Sway, how are you? Okay, so that is what she's being currently held for. Okay. Well, thank you for that, Stonegator. I appreciate the information. Uh, d- I don't know. I thought Doxy was in here earlier. Crystal, how are you? I had to give my full real name before. Oh, wow. I wonder why they were wanting to know your full name and all that. There's a new Christmas movie. Princess Megan, I never watch any of the Christmas movies. Well, Stonegator, I appreciate you getting that information for us. Oh, Sway, wasn't Doxy in here just a few minutes ago? I could have swore I saw her name in here. Hey, Jeremiah, how are you? I mean, I've watched a lot of Christmas movies. I just like since I've gotten up older, I really haven't. It was mostly when I was younger. Okay, maybe it was. I remember her in the email then. That might have been what it was. 42. Yeah, Sway. She sent me some stuff on Miles Stanton. So I'm gonna go over all that tonight. After I'm done with my live here, I'm gonna look into it, get all the information I can find on it, and start trying to cover his case tomorrow night. I didn't even have time really to these stuff today, the information or whatever. I just seen where they said they were gonna dig the whole backyard up, uh, 3 to 4 foot down, and that was basically all I had actually read about it or listened to or anything today. Hey, Jim J, how are you? Katie, Sarah is the lady that lived in the house where they're digging. Older than 40, but younger than 50. I'm 18. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Kate Displace, how are you? Okay, so is my sound still okay for y'all? Yes, they live next door to at 1100. Store, you're 27 in your head. I wish I was still in my 20s. Okay, good. Well, me and my son switched computers today. So, um, hey, Whisper, they're really like, okay, so Gator, Stone Gator, and Sway are both saying, and Jim J going in and out. Well, damn. Hey, Phil, how are you? Thought I actually had it working. Miguel, how are you? Does it sound like that the whole time, Stone Gator? I don't understand why in the hell it sounds so robotic all the time. This is crazy. Uh, okay, Kate, display, see if that helps you. Okay, so it's better now? No, it's okay. Okay, maybe it was the way I was sitting. I'm gonna have to get a new mic and all that, so maybe that's the problem. Okay, it's not as bad as in the past. I personally can understand. Okay, thank you, Lori. Okay, so it's better now, so that's good. Does it sound better now, Kate? Jim, that's what it sounds like I'm gonna have to do. Just sit still and not move. Okay, so it sounds better. Okay, good, Kate. All right. LSU beats Arkansas 13-10. I don't even watch LSU football. Let me move this stuff and see if this has something to do with it. Because I did move my. Darren, is it? It's messing up for you? Sand sounds like a waterfall. Though. Okay, hold on. I'll cut the fan off. Okay. All right. Does it sound better? Because I just cut the fan off, the one that's beside of me. Okay. Is there anybody else that it's breaking up for? They'll try to get on the roof with a wire coat hanger. Kind of crazy. It's too cold here for that. Oh yeah, Jim. The crickets were from the air conditioner, but it's 33 degrees here right now, so it's too cold for an air conditioner. All right. Did anybody watch Trinity's dad or listen to Trinity's dad last night on Brittany J's channel? Allegedly with Brittany J. Hey Karen, how are you? I'm sleeping hasn't been. Yeah, it's cold here too, Karen. Freezing. Yeah, Jim. He was on Brittany's channel last night, and then he was on Cece's today. Did it really feel? Well, hopefully it doesn't snow down here. All right, so he did confirm though on Brittany's channel last night. I took like I don't know how many pages of notes, but he did confirm that Aunt Ashley is not any kin to Trinity. Her and Trinity's mom, Andrea, are just good friends, like best friends, and so Trinity's like really close to Ashley, so she calls her Aunt Ashley, which is understandable. Uh, Princess, you're fine. Katie, I do remember that. Okay. All right, give me just 1 second. I'm trying to get my pages opened up here. The feeling is going to happen again this year. Oh, Katie, I hope not. I don't like the snow or the ice or the cold. Sway. All right. So apparently, what had happened was, and this is what the dad said that he was told, that Trinity and her friend had asked if they could stay at Ashley's house for the, I guess, do a sleepover. She had been asking Ashley if she could stay there. Ashley said, yeah. Ashley and her boyfriend, because I know a lot of people were thinking that Trinity's boyfriend was there, but he wasn't. Um, but Ashley and her boyfriend had went out to eat, come home, said Trinity was fine, she was acting normal. Um, her and the boyfriend went on to bed, and Trinity came in there at some point, and I don't. The dad said that they were saying it was late. I mean, she left the house at 10:30, so I don't know what they really consider late. But at some point after Ashley and them went to bed, Trinity went into the room, was trying to show him a painting or something. Uh, told Trinity to go back to bed. It was late and all this and that. So Trinity goes back into the living room. Then, like a few minutes later, they hear her screaming. The boyfriend jumps up because he thought that there was a log or a piece of wood or whatever that had fallen out of their fireplace. Hey, Greg. Um, so he jumped up and ran in there, and Trinity was already outside in the yard. They said was running around in circles, stuff like that. So the boyfriend goes out there to try to get her, and he's telling her that she needs to come back in. It's cold. He goes back into the house to get some shoes and a sweater on, and I guess at that point got Ashley as well. And they go back out to get her to bring her back in the house, and she is gone. Like she had then gotten out of their gate. I don't know how if it was locked or what. But she ended up getting out of the gate and she was gone. You heard him today, Sandy? Yeah, I listened to it. He basically told the same story as what he told on Brittany's last night. Um, Maybe added a few different things to it than what he said last night. But I got notes on all that too. Greg, it really is. There is like the boyfriend, Trinity's boyfriend. He was dating a girl last year that him and her were out at like 4:30 in the morning. This girl was only 15 years old. And they were out at 4:30 in the morning. They were skateboarding back to his house, and a girl by the name of Madison. Hey, sweet Rose, how are you? Uh, a girl named Madison, she was 18, come through where they were at and was drunk and high and hit the girl. And it she died as a result of it. And the Madison girl ended up turning herself in later on that afternoon after she had sobered up and all that. And she was charged with not stopping to render aid, and which resulted um, uh, bodily harm or death. Well, see, Katie, the dad saying that Trinity's boyfriend wasn't there, that it was actually Ashley's boyfriend, like Aunt Ashley's boyfriend, that was there. Because Trinity's dad said that, um, I want to say he said it was his brother and Andrea, Trinity's mom's brother. Both of them went to the boyfriend's house the next day, like the day after she went missing, questioned him. His parents allowed them to look in the house to make sure, to show that they wasn't hiding her and all that. So the dad is Trinity's dad saying that he doesn't think that the boyfriend was there that night. It was Ashley's boyfriend that was there. Ashley's boyfriend is the one that went outside to try to get her to come back in. Her parents said nothing good happens after midnight. I don't understand why this girl that he was going with last year, why would her parents allow her out at 15 years old at like 4:30 in the morning? Yeah, that doesn't make sense either. But so anyway, they end up Trinity gets out the gate, and like I said, I don't know what type of gate it was, if it was locked or was hard to get out of or whatever. But anyway, she'd gotten out of the gate. Um, they had, I guess, went and looked for her, Ashley and the boyfriend. They came back. They called Trinity's mom. Now, Trinity's mom did say that like 10:47, she got a phone call from Ashley saying that Trinity had ran off. So they called uh, her mom. Her mom comes over there with them, and then they start looking for him. They call the police and all that because he said, let me see if I can find it in my notes, because someone had asked in the chat last night if he knew what time the 911 call came in. I've got like 6 pages of notes here, so it may take me a second to find it. Okay, he said that he heard it was at 10:20, but I don't. If she left at 10:30, I don't know how she would have been able to. They would have been able to call at 10:20. Jim, Ashley was Trinity's. Not really. It's not her actual blood relative aunt, but um, Ashley and Trinity's mom were best friends, so she's been in Trinity's life her entire life, and so Trinity called her aunt. Okay, I'm gonna say something I've noticed, and it does bother me bad. These pics of Trinity and Ashley are very pro, and I have a feeling they're being taken by the same person, has same style. Yeah, there's a lot of pictures that I've seen, and I know that they have taken a lot of stuff off of Trinity's page. Um, but yeah, I know what you're talking about, Katie. Even the picture I showed you last night of the stepdad, the way he had his hand on her foot and all that was wasn't right. I just heard Trinity's dad was speaking, but I had no idea about who or what. Yeah, Jim, he was just basically telling what he had been told. Hey, baby boob, how are you? Okay, are they still saying there's nothing as of right now, Crystal? Because they haven't gotten like the official cause of death or anything like that back. But he was explaining like how thick it was out there. Him and the people that he was with, his brothers and stuff like that. Okay, so Trinity was 16 and she had spent the night at her aunt Ashley's house, and allegedly it was Trinity and a friend of hers. Hey, Mar, and they had did some LSD, and then later on that night, uh, and they said Ashley was acting. I mean, I'm sorry, Trinity was acting fine, but later on that night, she did a bone rip to uh, like try to calm herself down so she could go to sleep. And when she hit the bong, that's when she went to freaking out. Uh, the dad said he didn't know if maybe it intensified the LSD or what. Um, but she ran out the house screaming, telling everybody they needed to get out of the house, that there was radiation. Um, Ashley's boyfriend goes out there to try to get her. She won't come inside. He goes in to grab some clothes and some shoes to put on because it was like 29 degrees. And when he went back in, he went in to get Ashley as well. And then when they got outside to get her, she was gone. Um, so that's when she went missing. And then they ended up finding her. Let's see, that was 10:30 that night. So they ended up, that was the night. They ended up finding her not the next day, but the day after that, about 2 o'clock. And the dad did say that he had heard they found her around 2 o'clock, but they didn't let anybody know about it until about 4 o'clock. Yeah, I know. And the friend Hannah that was there with Trinity, no, that she was deceased. What they said where they found her was like um are they called manzanitas? Is that what the bushes or whatever is called? But this really thick, there was a lot of stuff where she was at had thorns on it. Um, they found her about a half a mile north of where she went missing from. And when Cece was on here the other night, she was talking about that she could hear chainsaws and stuff. But the dad said that more than likely the reason why they had the chainsaws is because they had to cut into where she was at in order to get her out. Like it's that thick. They had to. He said most of the time when they were in the thick brush that they were on hands and knees crawling. Completely understand what he's saying by that because, like I said before, I've been hog hunting, patrol, and cousins and all that, and you literally it's so thick here that you have to crawl on your hands and knees. Um, you can't see hardly anything that's in front of you. I have to like crawl under stuff, and that's what he was explaining that they were having to do in order, to look for her. Okay, she was up in thick brush. I'm wondering if she was drug up there. I don't know. Uh, I mean that could be it because, like I said, she didn't have shoes on. that night. When she left, she did not have shoes. All she had was socks, pajama pants, and a sweater. It was put out that she had left the house in that maroon looking robe, but he said that she didn't leave the house in the robe. That when his sister got to Ashley's house that night, that Ashley was in that robe. So I don't know why that was put out, that that's what she had on when she left and went missing, but she didn't. Unless there's Ashley and her had the same type of robe or whatever, but um, yeah, apparently she hit the bong, and that's when things went crazy for her. Um, her mom and her mom's and the grandmother had went and talked to the friend Hannah that was there that night, and Hannah told them that because they were wanting to know what did she do drugs, and if so, what was it? And Hannah told them that it was LSD and actually gave them the rest of the LSD that was left. Stone Gator, you have a good night, honey. So I don't know where Trinity and or Hannah uh, where they got it from. It has been said, and the dad claims that when he was asking around some people up there, he found out about Trinity's boyfriend, and they said there's like a local skate park there that he sells drugs, that sells LSD and stuff like that. And like I said, his girlfriend from last year, him and her were together. Allegedly, she was doing Molly. I'm sure if she was, and I'm sure he was. And they were skateboarding down the street, going back to his house at like 4:30 in the morning. And she ended up getting hit by a girl that was 18 that was drunk and high. Um, Penny, it is, I don't know what type of drug. Does anybody in here know? They call it MDMA or Molly. Uh, is it the same as ecstasy? Okay, so Molly is ecstasy. Okay, thank you, Stone Gator. Um, yeah, she allegedly the girl was on that. The girl who hit her went home, like took pictures of her car and all this and that, and people were saying that she was bragging about it on Instagram. And then I guess when she sobered up later on that afternoon, she went and turned herself in, gave her statement, and they arrested her. She was in jail for I don't know how long. It wasn't very long at all, but they ended up letting her out on her own recognizance, and then I'm sure, took a plea deal because she ended up going and is having to stay at a I guess it's like a rehab type place for a year and a half. So she was drunk, high, speeding down a road, hit a 16 or 15-year-old girl, killed her, and she didn't even get a prison sentence. So now the girl, her name was Paisley. Uh, there was some friends of hers that got together and put a petition together to have this Madison girl put in jail. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, you get community service and you're in this home for a year and a half. You killed a 15-year-old girl. Like, Nevada County, wherever these drugs are coming from, the Francis boy, which was Trinity's boyfriend and this other girl's boyfriend. That's 2 girlfriends he's lost in a year. Hey, Sifa. Jessica Lynn, how are you? Edgar Troll, how are you? They killed Prince when they switched his meds. Fentanyl. Yeah, fentanyl's another bad one. Pain is recreational here. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up real quick. Yeah, Penny, Trinity was only 16. The girl that got hit last year was only 15. But I mean, you would have thought this boy, the police has got to know that he's selling drugs. Um, there could be, I don't know really if it would be connected with Kylie, Michelle. Um, I'm trying to piece two people. I'm trying to piece one person or connect one person with the boyfriend because the person that we're trying to connect to the boyfriend is also friends with some people that we've looked into in Kylie's case. The LSD now, it's not like it was 20 years ago. Yeah. Okay, did they confirm his story though that she ran away or got away? Um, I don't know if they confirmed it or not. That was just what the dad is saying that he was told by the aunt. I don't know if I don't understand why he didn't chase after her. If he knew that something was wrong, you can't tell. Like, there's two teenage girls in your house. Allegedly, hey Alicia, there's Ashley and her boyfriend, and then there's two other adults that live in the house as well. So you got four adults in this house, and you have two teenagers that are spending the night. You don't know if there's two teenagers doing drugs in your house. How Sunshine Fowler said that Trinity had no boyfriend that is known yet. Francis Fowler, exactly, Sifa. And some Sunshine Fowler also said that she was uh how wait hold on, let me pull it up because I want to make sure that I have her exact wording on how she put that. Didn't she say she was directly involved with it or something? Directly involved. Okay. So I'm wondering, how was she directly involved with it? Hold on one second, Katie. Let me find it. Katie, you talking about the one? Have you seen them? Is that the one you're asking about? Have I seen who? So I'm wondering if Sunshine Fowler is also kin to Francis. Has the boyfriend had any previous charges? I up one more. Okay. I really can't find anything on Francis whenever I looked him up. I don't even know. I did see where they said people on social media was telling him happy birthday. Um, I need to go in and go back to that. I was kind of in a hurry today. Let me find Katie's thing on here. I may not be able to find it now, Katie. It might have. Where did it go? Hmm. But I need to find out when his birthday is to see when it was that he turned 18. Okay, Katie, I don't see the other. So it may be too far up. Yeah, I can't see it on here now. Oh, wait. Okay, so there's a pic with a hand on her butt in a pic. There's a pic where Trinity's topless. Okay, I did see that one with another female, and one where Trinity's hands are being held against Ashley's chest. Okay, I haven't seen that one, but I did see the other one. I know some Fowlers in California, but don't know if it's the same family. They have a Sunshine in their family, I think, but she's older. Okay, so Jeremiah, this Sunshine Fowler, I believe, is 50 something. Isn't that right, Sifa? Where's my phone? Hold on, let me go back to Sifa's messages here. I think she's 52, I believe. And there is another lady um, that is, I guess, kin to her, maybe sisters or something like that. I think her name was Deborah. Asifa, wasn't okay. So the stuff that you sent me didn't it say that Sunshine was 52 or 53? Like she's not real young. Let me see if I can find. Give me just a second. I think it was she was 52. I just have to go back. Deborah, Sunshine's younger. Okay, let me find. I think this is it. Okay. Okay, no, Sunshine is 52. All right. Let me go to Deborah real quick. And Deborah, oh, no, I can't see it. It's okay. Hold on, I can tell you Deborah's age. And Deborah's 48. Get those details, please. Yeah, Crime Crazy. Can I do it after I'm done on here, or do you need them now? Most don't know what we were looking at. Hey, Doxy. This girl should have been at home in bed on a school night. Yeah, just like the girl last year, the 15-year-old. Like, um, no urgency. We'll just say, okay, that's fine, Crime Crazy. As soon as I'm done here, I will send them over to you. But yeah, the 15-year-old girl last year, she shouldn't have been out at. It happened on Halloween weekend, and she was out at 4:30 in the morning skateboarding with her boyfriend on drugs. And that in itself is a shame. She ended up losing her life that night, and then the girl who took her life got no jail time. Doesn't make sense. Okay. See, I'll ask my mom if she thinks it's the same family. Yeah, Jeremiah, if you don't mind, and if you find anything out, can you email it to me? No, Penny, the girl who. Okay, so the boyfriend that Trinity had when she passed the other day, his girlfriend that he was dating, she got killed last year, and yeah, the girl that killed her did not do any. She, like, from the time she got arrested, I guess, until they did a plea deal or whatever, they ended up letting her out on her own recognizance, but she ended up going to, I guess it's like a rehab type thing, and I've actually got the article I'll pull up here. See, I found her info using her Facebook and linking it to the business she has. Yeah, whenever I found his Instagram, Sifa, there's hardly nothing on it now. All right, let me get it the uh, the article pulled up here real quick. I just don't understand how these kids in that area are dying and people like the law enforcement are not doing anything about it. With Trinity's case, they said that there was nothing suspicious, but the dad, and I believe it was Cece said that the search crews knew about her being on the drugs. So if they knew she was on drugs and they found her deceased, why didn't Sway, her stepdad, ex stepdad, was law enforcement? Why didn't they Like, why are they saying that there's nothing suspicious about it? That's what I don't understand. You have a girl 16 years old who has lost her life. Hold on one second. All right, can y'all see the article? Has it came up yet? Yes, Jim. They're all from Nevada County. Well, they're in California. They're all in Nevada County. Like, Nevada County needs to get their shit together, honestly. Yeah, so that's what the dad was saying. He heard that they had gotten a divorce, like, or separated 4 or 5 years ago, and um, still do things together because they have kids. Like, Trinity had two younger siblings. Family before too, because the bio dad's sister was also has a close relationship with Trinity. Yes, he did say that too. That his sister knew about her doing LSD before. So why wasn't something done about it? If you're so close to your niece and you know that she was doing drugs, why didn't you try to get your niece help? See, if someone is tripping out like that and you catch them, can it scare them? Oh, God. I mean, that's a good question, Katie, but I have no idea. I mean, possible. Hey, Anthony, how are you? Um, because I'm sure that's the reason why she was running. Is she's screaming about that there's radiation on the house and everybody needs to get out and all this and that. Uh, I'm sure that's why she ran from the house. But yeah, I mean, it's a possibility that something like that could happen. I don't. That's a good question, Joanne, because the dad did say that it wasn't uncommon for her to go without shoes. That he had talked to some people that um, she had went to school with, and they said she would be at school with no shoes on and all that. Hey, Silver Dollar. Yeah, Alicia, her mom does. And I heard that it says I haven't looked at it, but I heard that it said that it was for her stepdad and the two younger siblings. All right, so I'm gonna read this real quick. This is just about the girl that was killed last year. I mean, she didn't get any justice either, and this is all from Nevada County. It says a Grass Valley teen who pled no contest late last year, in a fatal hit and run accident has been approved for a diversion program by a Nevada County judge. Madison Philhaber, 18 at the time of her arrest, had faced up to 4 years in prison. District Attorney Jesse Wilson disagreed with the decision. Philhaber struck and killed a skateboarder, 15-year-old Paisley Woodard. I mean, she was looking at 4 years, up to 4 years in prison, and she didn't do any of it. Was she on the spectrum? The only people I know who don't wear shoes are autistic. I probably not Penny. If she was, nothing was ever said about that. Um, he, the dad, just kind of like described it as like she was like a hippie type girl, um, and she just liked going without shoes. Smoke pot, it can bring that drug that you have taken. And see, Jim, that could have been what happened. Um, it could have. I thought maybe when she hit the bone with the weed in it, that maybe, hey, Werewolf Queen, that maybe the weed was laced with something. Upside down, how are you? Hey, Emerald Queen. Um, Michelle, no, she wasn't from Truckee, but she was from Nevada County. So Truckee is on the east side of the county, I guess you would say, and where she was from was more towards Sacramento, like on that end of it. Okay, so weed can bring on a trip. Okay, so I didn't know that. Hey, Crime and Crochet, how are you? I just don't understand why they think that it's nothing suspicious, but you have a 16-year-old girl who was on drugs, did drugs that night, ran away from a house because she was having a bad trip, and nothing is suspicious. Like, I'm wondering if law enforcement's going to find out who she got the drugs from, her friend, uh, Hannah. Like, are they going to question her and find out where the drugs came from? Like, what? I wonder what they're going to do with this, because something needs to be done and someone needs to be held responsible. All right, so let me finish reading this real quick. It says the accident occurred in the early morning hours of Halloween weekend on Alta Street. Phil Haber pleaded to one felony count of failure to perform one's duty following a hit-and-run accident causing a death. Wilson said that there was insufficient evidence of her showing any gross negligence. She was eligible under the law for what's called the Transition Age Youth Program. It provides an array of mental health and supportive services, sometimes including substance abuse disorders, for 16 to 25-year-olds. Phil Haber is to stay in the program for a year and a half. So that's what she got. Like a year and a half in a transition age youth program where she's going to get help for any type of mental illnesses if she has them, for substance abuse disorders, and she's going to get supportive services. While you have a 15-year-old girl who doesn't have her life anymore. So I don't understand Nevada County and the shit they got going on up there, honestly. It's ridiculous. They have kids that are dying on drugs. They have kids who are buying drugs through Venmo. We've all saw that. And yes, I did check Trinity's Venmo, and there was nothing on it. It was just where she had babysit for a few different people, and they had paid her through Venmo. Other than that, there wasn't nothing else on there. She only had 7 friends, so it wasn't, like nothing incriminating on there. Upside down, I think she's watching chat, but maybe, as she says, sitting in her office. I know she's been doing some behind the scenes stuff. Okay. Let me look through my pictures here real quick. And I do have a picture of the girl who ran over this girl. Because, I mean, just imagine how this 15-year-old girl's parents feel. Before, yes, Katie, that was said. I believe Ashley's the one that said that. She had made a post and said that they were upset and grieving or something like that. All right, I'm just going to show y'all this picture real quick of the girl who ran over the 15-year-old last year. Katie, you're talking about from Ashley? Hey, Cheese, how are you? Don't breathe and they will talk. Yeah, I've got the thing on the computer where Ashley had posted about that they were grieving or whatever. Okay, Emerald Queen, just whenever you get a chance to, honey, that's fine. Yeah, Penny, she was very pretty, but, you know, She made a choice to take drugs and or drink. Um, I read where on the petition it says she was going like 100 miles an hour. I don't. That could have been an exaggeration, but I'm sure she would have been driving fast. And she hit the girl and kept going. She went home. They said it wasn't cold enough for her to die from exposure. It was 29 degrees. And and I even thought about maybe with her being scared and she was running, she, you know, trying to get away from whatever it was that was scaring her. I did read where it says that LSD can make your heart rate go up, it can make your blood pressure go up. She could have had a heart attack. Um, okay, Sifa, let me make sure that I got them real quick. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, let me see if I can get these. This is ridiculous. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get these pictures and show them to y'all. Like, this is what these kids do up there. And Sifa, this was off of Francis's thing, off of his Instagram. Because when see, all these wasn't on there. You must have got these earlier. Whenever I looked, all of this had done been taken off. Hey, Windows Underground, how are you? Is the aunt mother's friend grown? Wait, it's the aunt mother's friend grown form. She probably put fentanyl in the weed and treating. Alicia, I did. I thought about that too. Okay, so yeah, see, if I didn't. I didn't even look at all that. I just like scrolled through his, uh, just his pictures that he had posted. This is crazy, y'all. Hold on one second. I just need to crop all this out. This is almost well. This is just like what I showed y'all the kids around Truckee were doing. You know, all the partying and all the drinking and all that they were doing. Yeah, this is no different with these kids here. This is ridiculous. And I heard today also, did y'all hear when Cece was live where she was talking about that the local skate park has a Narcan center at it? Did anybody else hear that? Yes, Kate, that's what Sifa has just sent to me that I am fixing to email so I can get them pulled up on the computer. So I can pull them up. This is, y'all, it's sad, honestly, but like the parents need to, like, where's the parents at? I don't understand that. Um, you know, I like literally lost for words on it. I don't understand how a parent will allow their kids to do stuff like this. Um, oh, Sway, I haven't brought them up yet, honey. I gotta get them on my. I'm emailing them to myself now to get them pulled up on here. Are you able to get free Narcan in the U.S.? I don't know if they have a program. I know that doctors can write prescriptions for it, but I don't know if they have a program where you can get free Narcan. Parents should get in. They should get in trouble for negligence, neglect. Yeah, all that. This is ridiculous because like kids are dying. They're doing drugs and they're dying, or they're drinking and they're getting drunk and they're driving drunk, and like something needs to be done about this because this is ridiculous. Hold on, I'm getting them put on the computer now. Oh, do they more? See, I didn't know that. I know that doctors can write a prescription for it. Like I said, I didn't know if they had some kind of program. Um, yes, abuse too. That is true, Emerald Queen. I know that some shows that I've watched before that for like the heroin addicts, they have the clean needle exchange thing in some cities. I would think with that they would have like where you can get Narcan for free, but I don't know. I accidentally kicked myself out of StreamYard. Yeah, can you hear me now, Crime Crazy? Great job. Thank you, Michelle. You have a good night, honey. Yeah, I was trying to hit the back button and hit the back button on the StreamYard instead, and it kicked me out. Florida girl, how are you? Okay. All right, let me get these pictures pulled up here. Like I said, these are ridiculous. Well, damn it. I have to watch that back button, especially because I'm on this different computer and everything is it's all the same, but it's a little bit smaller. I'm not used to it. Okay. So I have to kind of like watch where I'm sitting stuff to pull other stuff up. I think so. Doxy, I believe. Does anybody know anything about Narcan? I don't want to know this. Okay. All right. Can y'all see the pictures now, Sway? Spicy lady, how are you? Okay, so KD can see it. Okay. Yeah, this is what these kids do up there, y'all. Like I said, it's almost like they would leave home without the cell phone before they would their bong. Remember the other pictures that I'd seen or showed y'all, where these kids, like these girls, every picture they had their bong no matter where they were at. This is ridiculous. Look at this one. Like this is what these kids up there do. Look at the shit on the floor. Like this is ridiculous. Ridiculous. And law enforcement lets it happen. Queen of Hearts, how are you? Hey, Block. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't happen in my house either. I just, I don't understand this. This is ridiculous. This one here is passed out in the chair and then puked all over the ground. I, I don't know. I don't know where the parents are at. I just know that this is ridiculous. Uh, like they're drinking and they're doing drugs and they're hey candy, and this is what they're doing. And like, do the parents not know, or do they know and they just don't give a shit? I mean, Spicy Lady, this came off of Trinity's boyfriend's Instagram. And I believe some of the stuff that he had been tagged in. And and yeah, and Trinity's dad said that he knew she was doing the drugs because she had told his sister that she had done LSD before. And she ended up having a bad trip from it then. So, I understand she's 16. Okay. Yeah, see if I did. I've got to try to get it from the message to my phone to my computer. Um, because whenever I try to send it to my, like, get it on my phone, it was trying to just do it as a screenshot. Um, oh, you emailed it. Okay, I will check my email in a second then. But I'm wondering if the adults that was in the house the night that this happened to Trinity, I wonder if something's going to be done to them. Because this is, you know, two girls within a year that died in that area due to drugs and alcohol. And then Kylie, if what Sammy and Elsa and all them told was the truth, and all the drinking, and even Max said it, that there was drugs at that party that they had never had there before, that would be three teenagers within a year that has died because of shit like this. And Nevada County, for some reason, isn't wanting to do anything about it. I don't understand why. I mean, that right there, with them kids like that, that's ridiculous. Then you got this one here passed out on the floor, and the other one, you can tell he's high as shit. And then you got this boy over here is passed out in a chair and done puked all over the ground. This is, it's sad, but it's ridiculous. Yeah, Sifa, I understand what you're saying. I'm sure they've had every type of drug you could ever imagine at those parties. Honestly, and I think Max is another one that has a bad drug problem. This weekend is opening ski slip season. Look it up. Yes, Katie, I did see that where ski season's opening up here soon. Esther, I'm doing good, honey. How are you? Yes, it's very disturbing. It's, what are these kids gonna do? Some of them, if they end up taking too much of something or something wrong or it's laced with fentanyl or whatever, and they're the next one to pass away. Like, how many lives, especially kids, teenagers, how many teenagers have to lose their life to before law enforcement does something? Queen Mags is the girl that was friends with Kylie, that allegedly rode to the party with Kylie. And then she stayed for like 10 minutes and says that uh, within 5 minutes of her getting there, five guys approached her wanting to do as many bong rips as she forcibly could. And then, like 5 minutes later, she left with her boyfriend. Yeah, I fully believe Max is on drugs. I think she has a problem. I do hope that she gets help for it. Um, so she can better her life and she doesn't end up like this because this is ridiculous, seriously. Hey, Brandon, how are you? I'm sure it said this weekend, which is probably 2 days before it opens. They don't want to admit. Yeah, because I mean that's where they get a lot of their money comes from, ski season. All right, let me go to my email real quick and get the video that Sifa sent. And Sifa, thank you so much for sending all this stuff. I gotta switch my account. Let's see. My father always told me you could try a drug once and you can die. Yes, everybody's body handles things differently. That scared me enough. I never had any desire whatsoever to do drugs. That's what always scared me. Um, it could be just that one time and that could be it, and I would no longer be here. So hopefully they will find out though uh, where the drugs came from and something's done about it. Because like I said, if it's happening in that house, whoever the adults were in the house, they need to be held responsible for it as well. Okay. All right, let me. Oh, Sifa, I didn't know you had emailed the pics too. I just went and got them off of Twitter when you sent them there. The mixed coke and meth, what they call it, Diet Coke, sorry, drug meth. Okay, the open border. Okay. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. Let me make sure that it downloaded. Oh, I saw this video. Oh, wait. Hold on 1 second. I gotta figure out how to get this to play. Yes, Candy, they do. No, I don't want to play it like that. A lot of her social media stuff has been deleted. A lot of Frances's has been deleted because a lot of these pictures I didn't even see. Um, was that the whole thing? See if it's on. Okay, never mind. I see. Hold on. All right, let me get it pulled up here now. It's only 7 seconds, but okay, yeah. For some reason, it had started playing before I could hear it, and it was already at the end of it by the end. That's why they want everyone on weed. Yeah, and if you look at the across the road from where Ashley lives at, there's like a bunch of greenhouses there too. Okay, can y'all see this? I want to make sure it's pulled up for everybody before I start playing it. Into drugs, there are a few people that love to slap around. Yeah, I never had a desire to do them. Never hung out with anybody who did them. Uh, just wasn't like my type of people to hang around with. Okay, so this boy right here, I've seen this video. This boy right here in the black has a gun. This other little dude over here, he's passed out on the couch. So let's watch it real quick. Like that boy is out. Okay, hold on. Okay. Alright, did everybody see that, or do y'all need me to play it again? Like the boy on the couch is like out of it completely. The whole situation's very disgusting, isn't it, Emerald Queen? Like you got parents that either don't know or don't care. When you got law enforcement that know but don't give a shit. Alright, Doxy, here, I'm gonna play it again for you. Jeremiah, that is true. It's not a good thing to have both of them together, especially with a bunch of dumb teenage kids who are high on shit. Penny, I doubt they have drugs, jobs, but I'm sure their parents have money. All right, 1 second. I'm crazy. Okay, Crime Crazy, you got mail. Yeah. Um, I mean, that's just disgusting, honestly. It really is sad. And what's so bad about it is you got these parents, like I said, that they either know and they just don't care or they don't know. But if something was to happen to their child and they passed away, they would be screaming and hollering and upset and all that then. Or if they give someone else the drugs that cause them to pass away and they get in trouble for it. Okay, Crime Crazy, yeah, as soon as I'm done with this, I will screenshot it and send it over to you. Um, if they were to give drugs to someone who ended up passing away, then yeah, they would be crying in because their child is in trouble and in jail and all that. Hey, Nene, how are you? So, I mean, the parents need to step up and, you know, learn what the hell's going on with their kids, do something about it. Instead of just sitting back letting this shit happen and letting them have fun or using the excuse that there's nothing to do around there. Uh, because I've heard that too. There's nothing to do around there, so that's the reason why most of the kids do what they do with the drugs. Well, where I live and where I grew up, there ain't shit to do here either. Absolutely nothing. Troll will tell you there's nothing here for teenagers to do. But whenever me or him, either one, was a teenager, We wasn't out doing drugs and losing friends to drugs and all that. So that honestly is a bunch of bullshit. That's just an excuse for these kids. I mean, if parents have an issue that there's nothing there for their kids to do, then get together as a community and figure something out. That's how you solve that problem. Designated driver. Yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know this whole situation. Nevada County is just a joke. That's what they are, honestly. They don't do anything that's worth a shit that I've seen so far. Parents rely on the government to control. Yeah, and geez, we see how that's going, right? All right, so I did write down a few notes about LSD because I didn't know anything about it. I've heard of it, but that's like as far as it went. So I went and looked it up, trying to get like a better understanding. And it did say, and I think I went over this last night. Um, it says with LSD, you can only take it by pill or by tablet, liquid by mouth, or by small pieces of paper with the LSD on it. Um, you cannot smoke it. It can't be vaporized and inhaled like a vape. Like you can't do it like that. Um, and I think a lot of people were getting mixed up whenever it was brought up about the bong. Was she? I think someone had said something about like, did she hit the bong and it's the LSD was in it or whatever. But um, it is saying that you can't take it like that. Um, I said it's an hallucinogenic drug and it changes the way that people sense the world around them. It's odorless, colorless, and tasteless, and it can be painted into small squares of paper that can be licked or swallowed. And it says that LSD causes the senses of space, distance, and. Okay, wait, I can't even read my writing, y'all. Okay, so LSD causes the sense of space and distance to become altered. People say that they hear colors and they see sounds and have a strange feeling and strong emotion. Okay, you can now different is graduated from now. Yes, Candy, it is. And also, the dad did say that the mom, like Trinity's mom, and the stepdad, who is the police officer or law enforcement or whatever, they are no longer together. Haven't been together for like 4 to 5 years, from what he said that he had heard. But they will like still have stuff to do with each other because they have two smaller kids. Um, I guess they're trying to like put on this facade for people to make them look good or whatever. Um, and he said that he tried to be in Trinity's life over the years, but every time that he would try to be in her life, then the mom would run and go call the stepdad. And because he was law enforcement, um, it was hard to do anything. And he said that, if you're in with law enforcement in Nevada County, which we already knew, hey, Billy, how are you? There's it's hard to fight because of the type of county that it is, which we saw that with Kylie Rodney's case. Nevada County Sheriff's Department sucks ass. I'll just say that. LSD is not like the same as it was. Orange. Wait, orange sunshine is snuff? I've never heard of orange sunshine. They really do see, but they suck ass. Like they are, and Cece even brought up another point. They had the dogs out looking for Trinity. I'm more than likely it's going to be the same dogs that was out looking for Kylie when she was missing. Two teenage girls missing, and the dogs didn't find either one of them, unless they were the ones who found Trinity. But it's being said that it was one of the search and rescue members uh, that had found her. Well, it seems like not only do they need to get a new sheriff and new officers, but they need to get some new search dogs as well because they suck ass too. Hair sniffing dogs. Let's see. I'm just going through my notes because a lot of this I didn't even look at my notes. I just went off the top of my head and I don't want to go over the same thing again unless somebody's got a question about it. Um, I still don't understand why Ashley's boyfriend didn't, instead of him worried about running back in the house and putting shoes on and grabbing a sweater. I mean, you're already out there. This girl you knew wasn't stable. Why in the hell didn't you just run out, grab her out of the yard, and bring her ass in the house? I mean, if he would have just done that, she would more than likely still be alive today because they probably could have kept her in the house, got her calmed down, let the trip do whatever it was going to do, however long it lasted, um, and then go to bed. That's what I'm saying. Like, he went outside. She's out there in socks and pants, like pajama bottoms, which we know that pajama bottoms aren't very thick. Supposedly 29 degrees out there that night, and she has that sweater on. And he goes out with no shoes on, had, I guess, no shirt because he said he had to run back in and grab shoes and a sweater. If you're already out there and it's cold and you're barefoot and you ain't got a shirt on, but you got a 16-year-old girl running around in your yard screaming there's radiation in the house and you need to get out, and you know that she's on a bad trip or something, run out in the damn yard and grab her before she hurts herself. Bring her back in the house. And I still don't understand why they said that she was wearing the maroon robe when she left. But then kind of find out the dad says that his sister says that Ashley was wearing it when she was there. So, unless they have the same robe, I mean, that could be a thing. I know, like mothers and daughters will get the same type of robe if they wear robes or house coats or whatever everybody calls them, or whatever. But apparently, Ashley was wearing the red or the maroon robe that night after Trinity went missing. I do not believe she did LSD. Well, allegedly, Sway, the dad says that Trinity's mom and the grandmother went to the girl's house, the Hannah girl that was there with Trinity that night, and talked to her, asked her what they had done that night. She said that they did acid and gave Trinity's mom and grandmother the rest of the acid that was left. Uh, I thought maybe she hit the bong and the weed was laced. Uh, maybe three. Right. So I don't know if are they just saying she did LSD to hide something else. Doxy, I heard that too. Um, that they did multiple ones, but whenever she hit the bong, it's what made her start freaking out. Now, I didn't know that if you do weed after something like that, then it can intensify it. I didn't know that. And that could have been what happened. I don't know. Okay, and I do have a pic. Hold on, I gotta pull my chat back up on my phone. But I do have a pic of Trinity the night that um, she went missing. And she looks really bad in this picture. Um, I'm sure most of y'all have seen it, but it's very sad how bad she looks, honestly. It makes sense she got it out of the boyfriend. That's what I'm thinking too, Doxy. I think that boyfriend needs to be brought in, questioned, uh, and figure out where he's getting it from. Okay, I think she OD'd in the house and they dumped her where she was found. Okay. Alright, give me just 1 second. I need to do something here. If I can do this without kicking me out. Give me just 1 second, y'all, and then I'm gonna pull the picture up of her. And like I said, she does look horrible. Um, okay. No, I'm bringing it up now. I just had to move some stuff around so I could um, get the other stuff out of the same folder. Hey, Lunar, how are you? Where did they put her? Welcome back, Stone Gator. Crime and Crochet, I said that from the very beginning of Kylie's case that I believe that that's what happened to her. Um, that's Trinity. That's the night that she went missing. And see, that's the robe that they said that she was wearing when she went missing. But I don't know who it was that told the police, hey, Blind Fury, that she was wearing it. Oh, Sway, you've never seen this picture before? Yeah, she's 16. And it was said that they had apparently did acid earlier in the night. Um, and then she ended up hitting the bong and it intensified. So, but that was the night that she went missing. What she looked like. Yeah, Katie, I noticed that the way she's like looking off because she's not looking up at her phone. You make sure that the picture is doing what it's supposed to or whatever. Um, Zoom in on her eyes. Yeah, she's definitely looking like out the door. And somebody had said they thought maybe she had a black eye. It kind of looks like it. Um, that she has one, but that may be just like a shadow or something. But yeah, she looks rough, honestly. Blind Fury, we're talking about Trinity Bacchus that had went missing and they found her 2 days later. Well, I guess you would say a day and a half later. She went missing at 10:30 that night, and they found her like let's say 2 days later, around 2 o'clock. So like a day and a half. Well, Doxy, it has been said that she was taken to Placer County for the autopsy. So, but yeah, she's not looking at her phone. Uh, she's let me back it out a little bit because when I zoom it in, it makes it look a little bit blurry. But she's not looking up at her phone to look at the picture that she's taken. She's definitely looking at something else. Um, yeah, that's what the dad said, that he was told that she was taken to Placer County, which I'm sure it's going to be good old Dr. Gregory Reaver who does the autopsy, and we know how his autopsies are done. Do we know? I'm sure her mom has a cell phone unless police took it. Because when she left the house that night, she didn't take her cell phone with her. Yeah, upside down. I saw it. I didn't get to watch it when she was live doing it, but I did go back and watch it this afternoon. Let me see if I got. Let me exit off of this one and see if I have another one of her. Who did she send the picture to? I don't know. I don't know where they got the picture from. I don't know if they got it off of her phone. Her mom or some of them, or Ashley, friend, some of them, I don't know. Okay. She thought, yeah. Yeah, she went outside telling everybody they needed to get out of the house because there was radiation in the house or on the house. And she took off before they could get her back in the house. See, I thought I had another. I have another picture over here, but it just shows. Hold on, let me pull this one up. This one looks a little bit. She looks a little bit better in this one. And this is what Nevada County had posted. So in that one, she doesn't look as bad. She doesn't look that scared look or like she's seeing something, you know, or like she's waiting on something. Um, okay, this is a hand. This is a pic with a hand on her butt. Hold on, I think I got this whole picture, maybe on my other computer, but I don't know who the lady is that she's standing here by. She looks heaps older. Oh yeah, she doesn't really look like she's 16. She does look like she's older than that. And then there's a picture of her. I don't know if I can find that one. I don't have it. I'm not gonna make and Google it and find it. Um, that she where she played basketball in high school. Let's see. And she looks totally different in the basketball pictures. Let's see here. Give me just 1 second. So a strange pic of her and mom on the beach, and she has an odd. Oh, who's sick? Kate? Yes, I saw that. Like uh, she didn't want to like take the picture. Oh, Katie, I see what you're talking about now. In that picture, I don't know if that's her hand or if it's the lady that's standing beside of her. That may be her mom standing beside of her. Um, and she was on my friend's daughter's basketball. Oh, so Courtney, you're from the area? Wait, where did the picture just go of her? The basketball. Okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, I think it's like I said. I can't tell if it's her hand behind her back or what, or if it's maybe her. I guess that's her mom standing. Okay, see if I'll check it real quick. And maybe her mom standing behind her, and it's her mom's hand. But I didn't. I'd never even paid attention to that. All right, let me get to my email. Izzy, how are you? She has a pic of her sitting like a fence behind the ant. No, Katie, I don't guess I've seen that one. Let me see what Sifa has sent. Okay, he got the basketball picture for me. Thank you, Sifa. Alright. Wait, that this Courtney Anderson person. Oh, wait. I'm trying to see. I'm from the neighboring county, but I have several friends that live there. Three of them are teachers, and one is on search and rescue. Okay. All right, let me get these pictures pulled up here. I always got to remember not, like, whenever I'm doing the back button to be careful. Yeah, I had them more, but they're all on my other computer. And I switched computers with my son today. So I didn't have time to get them off of the other one. Okay. All right, so this is her basketball picture. So she looks different. I mean, her hair, I'm sure she straightened it. Um, so it's not as frizzy and stuff like that. Now, I don't know how old that basketball picture is either. I just knew that more than likely the basketball picture is. I'm sure it's a professional picture. Um, because usually when you're on a high school sports team, they come in, they do pictures for yearbooks, and then you can also order the pictures like your parents or whatever can. I'm sure that's why it does look okay. Thank you, Sifa. That's why it looks photoshopped. Okay. And then this is the one Katie was talking about. Like I said, I didn't even notice the hand, but it's either, I'm sure that's her mom beside of her. Prosser Gang, how are you? Did you guys see Placer County Sheriff Deputy? Yes, I did see that Prosser Gang. Seems like they need to get like their officers in order too, just like Nevada County does. Me picture retake day is Tuesday, and I'm gonna march sneeze in and make sure. That is too funny, more. So that's probably her mom, Katie, that's standing there beside of her. It looks like her mom, like her mom's hair. I've seen pictures where her hair is that same color, like it's dyed or frosted or whatever. Um, I can't tell. I know her mom does have a lot of tattoos and stuff like that. Um, Or it could be her grandmother, I don't know. But I'm sure whoever the lady is, that's whose hand it is. If it's not hers, just back behind her back. Get off of this. Let me get back into see what Sifa sent. All right. Okay, Sifa, thank you for these other three. 34, nothing related to them. Okay. See, in these pictures, she doesn't look as bad as she did the night she went missing. Like I'm sure that night, uh, that she had did the LSD. There's no telling how many times it was done that night. That's probably why she looks so horrible. Okay, more. Fatty Sam, how are you? Okay, these are just a few more pictures of her that Sifa has sent to me. Yeah, see, this is, I'm sure, what she would look like on a normal day. Um, that other picture, I think it had a lot to do with the drugs, and that's why she looked so horrible. Um, Scared, like something was going on. Um, Here she looks, yeah, it is who said Kate. Here she looks like a normal 16-year-old girl. Hold on one second, y'all. All right, here's another picture of her. I got it. Oh shoot! I didn't mean to exit off of that. Give me a second, y'all. I'm trying to get my thing pulled back up on my phone so I can make sure that y'all are able to see the pictures. And it ended up clicking off of it. Okay. So, like I said, she looks just like a normal 16-year-old girl. Donna, how are you? Just so messed up about Trinity. And will some baby held accountable for what is happening to the young women, the drugs? That's what I'm screaming, Donna. Like uh, something needs to be done, honestly, because within a year, this is the third teenage girl that we know of that has passed away in Nevada County. Um, Two of them we know were as a result of drugs. Kylie, we all speculate that that there was drugs involved. We've heard from Sammy and Max and all this that there was drugs at that party, which I still don't believe there was a party, but they're still saying that there was drugs involved or drugs around and alcohol and all that. Um, I think she was 5'9". Uh huh. Is what they described her as. But yeah, more than likely, law enforcement's not going to do anything. They're too damn lazy. They just don't care. They don't care about these kids dying. They don't care about kids buying and selling drugs. Law enforcement just doesn't care. There's over 1,000 pics of Trinity, but there are very few of Kylie. I know, upside down. It's it's ridiculous. Hannah Harding was supposedly the one present with Trinity. Oh yes, Izzy. I saw that where, well, the dad had said, Trinity's dad had said that uh, Trinity's mom and grandmother had went and talked to Hannah and wanted to know what happened that night and what all did she take and what did they do that night. And Hannah told them and gave them the rest of the LSD that was left. So yeah, more than likely nothing's gonna be done. Oh geez, I'm sorry, I forgot to get the new Twitter link and put in the with the Nightbot. I'll have to do that tomorrow. I completely forgot, and I forgot to remind the other mods about that too. Well, at least Trinity has one parent wanting it. Yes, he said, Kate, that is true. Like the dad wants to know. Uh, well, I think one of his main things is he was wanting to know why, when she first went missing, wasn't it put out that she was on drugs and that she had did drugs that night? Because he thinks that if that would have been put out, then it would have been like the police would have got to it quicker. They would have, uh, like, she could have been found quicker than what she was. You know, news stations didn't pick it up. I think in the beginning, her last name wasn't even brought up in it. Everybody just knew that a girl named Trinity was missing from the area. Do we know who the friend was that was with Trinity? Yeah, Donna. Her name is Hannah Harding. Yeah, Billy. Her name was Paisley, and she died uh, last year, 2021, on Halloween weekend. Yes, Kate, that's that a more sense of urgency, to get out there and find her. I still don't understand why Ashley's boyfriend just didn't run out into the yard. To hell with no shoes and a sweater on. You have a girl who is obviously something is wrong. Uh, why didn't he run out and just grab her up and bring her in the house? I don't understand it. It was more important for him to go in the street, or I seen street pop up on there, go in the house and get shoes and a sweater after he had then stood out no telling how long out there trying to talk her into coming into the house. He decided then he was going to go get his shoes and a sweater and allegedly get Ashley. And whenever they came back, she had then got out the fence and left. Trinity come in trying to play with Ashley's hair, show painting, and then apparently Ashley and boyfriend went to bed and woke up to Trinity screaming. Yeah, thought the log had fallen out of the fireplace. And her friend Hannah is on crutches. She's got a broken leg. Um, and so when he ran in there, Hannah was still in the house and said that Trinity had went out the door, and that he needed to go get her. And so uh, he went out there. And like I said, there's no telling how long he was out there trying to talk her into coming to the house. He should have just went out there and grabbed her up. And when he went out there and made her come in, like pick her up and bring her in the house instead of letting her get through a gate and down the road and into the woods. 1 to 2 hours passed before calling any help. Yeah, because the dad said he had heard that they didn't call 911 until 10:20, unless he heard it wrong. Because I don't know how it would have been at 10:20 if she had went outside at 10:30. Uh, Wait, Brendan Ware is supposedly Ashley's boyfriend. Wait, I thought his name was something else. Hold on, I got it wrote down. Let me find it real quick. Was it? It wasn't Luke, was it? Hold on one second. Let me find it because I remember he said the dad said the boyfriend's name. Logan. He said he thought that that was Ashley's boyfriend's name. Okay, let me write down Brandon Ware though. You know about the investigation of Otta County that's going on right now? If not, no, Sifa, I don't. Okay, the aunt, mother's friend, and the mother of both a mess. I did see the mom. She was on like a news thing, and she looked like she was concerned. Um, like I said, it was, and I told Cece this the other night, completely different from what uh, we seen with Kylie's mama. Okay, thank you, Sifa. Where was Trinity found again? Okay, so Fatty's fam, she was found. It happened in Nevada County, California, and she was at her aunt's house, and they found her a half a mile north of where the aunt's house is in a drainage ditch. And from what I'm understanding, she either, and the dad said that this is what he said last night, that possibly she could have fallen off of, I guess, the cliff, or it fallen down it or whatever, and into the drainage ditch, or she crawled under all the thick brush. Okay, Amanda Godolphy is also Trinity's mom. Andre. Yeah, I did see her name being brought up too, Izzy. Could have all been tripping. Yeah, so we don't even really know the whole story because it's the story that Ashley is telling. Is it really true? Because to begin with, there was something brought up about that she had to go out. Uh, um, Trinity had to go out and get air, and then somebody went out there and she said she was scared. She needed her aunt to go get Ashley. Ashley gets out there and she's gone. Then it was said that Ashley went out there at 10:30 to tell her to go to bed, and she was gone. So it's a story that we're getting. Is it true? Is it not true? Why was it said she was wearing a maroon robe when she wasn't, when she went missing? Um, why wasn't her last name put in it? Uh, like all these, there's just red flags all over the place with this. Now the mom said that she got a phone call from Ashley at 10:47 that night. So allegedly she was outside at 10:30. That's when she left the house, and then the mom got a call at 10:47. Said that Trinity had left the house. I didn't know where she was at, um, and she got in her car and drove the 20 minutes over to where Ashley was at. Uh, Doxy, grab, yeah, Doxy. If you want me to, I can send you Sifa's email once I'm done with the live. Did they determine? No, they haven't determined the cause of death yet. I don't even know what day that they're supposed to do the autopsy. I'm sure yesterday or today they would have done it, but they haven't came out and said, um, a cause of death or anything like that. You're welcome, Doxy. Hold on one second. All right. Fatty was my daughter's nickname. Only child. She was killed in a car accident. Oh, Fatty's fam, I'm so sorry to hear that. That is so sad. Ashley has told more than one story. Okay, one second. I'm just catching up real quick. They will say she drowned. Yeah, apparently they found her in a drainage ditch, I guess. I don't know um, what it looked like. Like, they didn't show it or anything like that. The dad thinks maybe she fell. Because he said he had talked to someone out there, and they were telling like how the terrain was, other than it being, um, very thick, but it was, uh, I guess, I wouldn't say hills because I'm sure it's taller than hills, but cliffs or whatever. And maybe she fell off of one of them down into the drainage ditch and hit her head. Because he couldn't understand like how she would have got up in there where she was at because it was so uh, thick. Upside down. Did I miss something? I must have missed a whole conversation in chat. And I don't understand how they're saying that it looks suspicious. Or nothing looks suspicious, I'm sorry. I don't, like, how do you say that it's a 16-year-old girl ended up where they found her and it doesn't look suspicious? Just because good people live in that town doesn't mean it's a good place. Yeah. I wouldn't live there, honestly. I really wouldn't. All the cops and parents tripping. Okay. Me neither, Like, I haven't lost nothing in California. There are good people in California. I will say that because some people are in my chat that are from California. But as far as Nevada County and Placer County and Truckee and all that, yeah, no, I um, don't want to go there. All right, let me get the thing. Hold on, I gotta go back to Twitter and get it. Of about the Placer County cop that got arrested. Okay, wait 1 second. I really need to get Twitter put on my computer. That way I can just go to that and show y'all. Okay. Okay, you email me more. Alright, give me 1 second because I gotta switch back over to that email anyway. I'd like the bulldozer. Really, Greg? You want to take a bulldozer out there? Okay, thank you, Mar. Okay, so yeah, wait, what? Oh, I'm looking for this. Okay. Hold on, let me look at something in chat real quick. Yes, everyone's opinions are welcome here, but if you don't have like facts on something, then you really can't state it as a fact. I guess would be a good way to put it. Did somebody else say that they emailed me other than you, Mar? I guess not. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna pull up the thing now about Placer County. Where did it go? Here we go. Katie, that's what it seems like. I mean, the adults think that I guess a 16-year-old is an adult as well. It's crazy, honestly. Oh wait, this is not what I want. Hold on. On here. At least we can have factual opinions. Well, I mean, just because it's an opinion and it's not a fact, like you can't really say that it's a fact if you don't have actual like something to back it up. Um, I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but okay, I'm gonna see if I can remember my logins to Twitter. Let's see, what was that mother talking about? Okay, what was the mother talking about on IG? What did she say on their Prosser gang? Oh, y'all, I don't even remember what my damn login is on Twitter. Yes, what do facts matter in these cases when Ellie honestly doesn't do half of what they're supposed to do, I don't think. Um, Izzy, I heard the dad said that she wasn't that the maroon robe or whatever, that his sister was there and told him that she was sitting right there looking at Ashley wearing it. Okay, what the hell? No, I have Twitter. What's this? How long was she missing? One night. Penny, so she went missing at 10:30 um, that night. So it was from 10:30 on the rest of that night, and then the following night she was missing, and then they found her the next day. Yeah, silver dollar. She had it on in the picture, but and that's what everybody thought, because I mean that's what it was said that she had on when she went missing. But hey, Diana, um, the bio dad had said that his sister went by Ashley's house, and the sister called him and said that Trinity didn't have it on, that Ashley was wearing it when she was there. And that was, after Trinity had done went missing and all that. So I didn't understand why it was put out like that, that that's what she had on. Let me see if I can just show it like this. I cannot remember what my uh, login is. Give me 1 second, y'all. It is not letting me log in. I don't understand why. This says it's a boyfriend. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why he didn't chase her. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, I don't want to sign up. I want to sign in. I don't like Twitter, y'all. I really don't. Hey, Jury, how are you? Seaweed Farm, how are you? Do we know for sure she didn't have scratches? No, Penny, we really don't know anything like that because they haven't, uh, they haven't given any details on how she looked or anything like that. Maybe boyfriend discovered her missing, then went and looked for him. I don't believe nothing any of them say, honestly. I've heard too much weird shit come out of Nevada County. It does sway. And I can't remember what my damn login is to my account. And now this shit's got me logged into something else that I don't even want. I was trying to get it pulled up where I could show y'all the full story of um, about Placer County. They had actually hired like a new officer, and he shows up drunk on a call. Oh my god, that's the wrong damn password. Okay. I'll just have to do Twitter later. I'll just bring this up because I can't. Seafood, do you have the full article about the Placer County officer? Sky Z, how are you? Okay, what was Donna's question? I missed it. Okay, I'd like more details about how exactly they were able to pinpoint where she was located in such a large area and that kind of brush and vegetation. How were they able to narrow it down so quickly? I don't know. There was allegedly there was a several, I guess, different groups of searchers that were in the area. Um, I don't know if they did like a grid search or what. The dad did say that while he was there, like everywhere you looked, there was somebody in an orange shirt. I'm assuming that was what they wore for their searches. Um, and he said that they would have to get down and crawl under stuff, and there was like thorns and all this different stuff or whatever, and that where they found her, they actually had to use the chainsaws to get her out of there. Okay, so Sifa, you do have the full article? Okay, thank you. Because I only had the one where you had sent me on Twitter, and then I had to like click on it. So I couldn't go to it. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, let me share my screen now so I can read this to y'all real quick. Okay, I got it, Sifa. Thank you. Okay, here we go. No, I don't want their. One second, y'all. Okay. All right, so it says. Back to my thing here. All right, so this is from Placer County. A newly hired Placer County Sheriff's deputy was arrested Saturday morning after being under the influence of alcohol while on duty, authorities said. Deputy Alejandro Hughes was suspected to be under the influence when he showed up to a call for service in a marked patrol car, the Placer County Sheriff's Office said in a social media post. California Highway Patrol was called in to conduct a field sobriety test and breathalyzer. Results revealed Hughes had a blood alcohol level of 0.13%, according to authorities. For comparison, it is illegal in California for drivers over the age of 21 to have a blood alcohol concentration limit above 0.08%. It is our commitment to provide continuous transparency to our community, and as such, we are sharing a highly disappointing incident that occurred involving one of our newly hired deputies, the sheriff's office said. Okay, well, they're not very transparent in a lot of things that they do. Hughes was arrested for DUI and booked into the South Placer jail, according to authorities, and he has also been released from his probationary employment and is no longer employed by the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office is now investigating anyone who Hughes may have been in contact with. Okay, we want to remind our community that the sheriff's office is in no way condones such behavior, as we hold our deputies to the highest of standards, the sheriff's office said. Okay, so that was it. They don't condone their deputies drinking and driving, but they're good in that area with kids doing it. That's a damn shame. Exactly, peas in a pod. That's what I'm saying. They're good with kids drinking and doing drugs up there, but not an officer. Yeah, you can't make the sheriff's department look bad. Oh, they're not transparent about anything. They are just that whole area up there is ridiculous, honestly. All right. Give me 1 second, I gotta answer. Okay, let me look on something else on Twitter to see if I have about what Trinity's mom had posted. I don't think I have that. You know what, Sifa? I literally just seen the uh, Trinity's boyfriend's IG link that you sent. I just seen it in the chat thing here. I don't know how I passed that up. Alright. Because wasn't someone asking about what Trinity's mom had posted on her IG account the day that Trinity went missing? Did somebody ask that? I agree with you, Scott. You never leave anyone, especially a young person, on their own. That is true, Joanne. Like, they need to get some hobbies for them kids in Nevada County. That's what they need to do. Okay. I'm just looking real quick, y'all, to see if I have it in here. I don't think I do. Give me. I'm looking real quick for something, y'all. It may take me a second. Maybe I didn't have it on here. No, I don't guess I did. Oh, you emailed it. Okay. Let me check real quick. Is this what? Yes, maybe this is it. So someone is taking those pics, the provocative ones, of both of their pics. Like who? Uh, Katie, I don't know who's taking the pics. I don't know if it's the friend that's taking them or what. Oh damn! Now I gotta log into. Let me see if I can remember what my Instagram is. This is sad whenever you have an account on something and you cannot even remember the logins. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see if I can. What the hell? I can't remember none of my logins or anything. Hey Tonka, how are you? Okay. Well, I can't get into my thing on the computer either. So I'll just have to read it from my phone in a second. Okay, but I will shoot this to see if it's sent. I'm doing good, Tonka. Okay. No, I don't want that to play. Let's see. Can you do the Venmo search on everyone dealing with Trinity? Now that I have names of some other people, I can. I did look at Trinity's and she didn't. There was nothing on hers. It was just mostly babysitting uh, payments where she had babysit for people and they paid her or whatever. Wait, my login is pickle tickle tickle. Let's see, funny sway. All right, so this says real quick, and I don't know why it's cutting the side off, but mother of Trinity Bacchus 16. It was found dead in Northern California woods on Friday, so that she needs time and space to grieve. As the mother of the teenage girl who was reported missing in Northern California last week and found dead on Friday has asked for time and space to grieve the loss of her child. Trinity Bacchus' body was discovered in a densely forested river drainage north of her aunt's house in Nevada County, California on Friday. Bacchus, 16, disappeared from her aunt's 12-acre property where she was staying on Wednesday night when she left the house in pajamas. Police say the teenager, a local basketball standout, had walked out of the home in pajamas, shoeless, around 10:30, reportedly to see her boyfriend, but never returned. So it's like how they're portraying this story and then what the dad is telling, and it's like the stories they're not the same. Okay, a cause of death is yet to be determined, but authorities say that there was nothing suspicious about it at the time. The investigation remains ongoing. In an Instagram stories post on Saturday to Andrea Stanio's account, Trinity's mother, a friend pleaded with the community and the public to give Andrea time and space to grieve. This is Amanda, Andrea's friend, and at this time, Andrea needs time and space to grieve. Please respect that I will reach out when I am able to. Read the post. Please do not randomly show up at her home. I do know you want to be there for her, but please respect her space right now. And then that's her mom, and that's Trinity and her mom. Trinity was a normal kid until more recently, and then you can see the decline in her pics. Did the family not notice the replica? I'm sure, Alicia, they probably know, but like a lot of parents in that area, um, they didn't do anything about it, which is sad. Alright, so this was the post. Alright, so this is Amanda, Andrea's friend. At this time, Andrea needs time and space to grieve. Please respect it. Please respect that, and I will reach out when I am able to. Please do not randomly show up to her home. I know you want to be there for her, but please respect her space right now. Okay, Billy, thank you. I'll check it in a second. Alright, so that's just. Alright. So the teen's cause of death is yet to be determined, but the coroner's office will soon conduct its own investigation, including an autopsy. A cause of death will likely be released in the coming days. Stania said that the last time she saw her daughter, she was picking up my youngest daughter from school and dropping her, Trinity, off. I was taking my youngest daughter up to the snow. I said, "I love you, Trin," and those were the last words that I said to my daughter, which is what the mom, it she says on the news station whenever they did showed her and she was talking. That's what she had said. So the grieving family said that Trinity told her aunt, Ashley Bjorklund, that she was heading out to see her boyfriend who lives roughly 10 miles away. The family did not reveal the identity of Bacchus' boyfriend or whether he had been expecting to see her Wednesday night. Bacchus had a friend sleeping over with her at the aunt's house when she disappeared. All right, then this is what Nevada County posted. Shortly after 2 p.m. today, search and rescue teams located Trinity. Unfortunately, she was deceased. Trinity was located a half a mile north of the residence, and she was last seen in a very heavily wooded river drainage area. At this point, there's nothing suspicious, and her cause of death is unknown. Our coroner's division will be conducting a full investigation, including an autopsy. We have been in communication with the family and extend our deepest condolences to them as they work through their loss. We may ask that you please respect their privacy, and our deep appreciation goes to the hundreds of volunteers from agencies throughout Northern California. I can't read what it says, but it's something in the search. All right, and that was her basketball picture that we had seen earlier. Okay, and that was the other picture that we saw with the little duck. All right, very sad situation though. All right, let me get my other email. I did a FOIA for Kylie's official documents, and best believe I'll be doing the same for Trinity's. Okay. 1 second. Does anybody remember in Kylie's case, anybody with the last name Fowler that was brought up? Trinity's feet need to be checked. Hopefully, whenever they do her autopsy, like they will check all that. Okay, so who said Kate? Francis is Trinity's boyfriend. But I mean, I want to say that there was somebody with the last name Fowler that was brought up in Kylie's case as well. Okay, so Sunshine Fowler is Francis's sister. Is that right, Izzy? Because Sunshine Fowler is like 52 years old. Yeah, upside down. Francis Fowler was Trinity's boyfriend. But I don't know if Sunshine would be his sister. Because, like I said, Sunshine is 52 years old, and Francis is only 18. Does Sunshine have a brother named Leonard? Okay, let me write that down, and I can. Sifa, do you know if Sunshine has a brother named Leonard? So, geez, they still haven't given you any information about him? Okay, thank you, Sifa. And yeah, Tonka, I am gonna start looking into Miles's case and getting some information on that. So I want to start talking about him tomorrow night as well. Supposedly that's Trinity's boyfriend's sister. Okay. Yeah, Billy, the picture that you sent me, I have it already. I showed it last night. Sunshine Fowler claims to have had direct involvement with Trinity and what I guess what happened maybe. Hold on, I'll pull up how exactly she said it because I thought it was kind of weird. What's his name? But can't reach her iPad. Okay, I started looking a little deeper today, so I'm working. Okay, the awesome Tonka. Hopefully, I'll be able to find some good stuff on it tonight. Alright, I'm just trying to make sure I watch chat too because Sifa's looking. But I'm also going to pull this up. Oh, Jessica, I don't even know what day they were going to do the autopsy. They never said what day it was. So, from the day they do the autopsy, 6 weeks, more than likely, unless they get it in early, but it'd be about the same way as it was with Kylie's. Alright, so, oh wait, I gotta get on StreamYard or I can't show y'all. Okay, so this is what Sunshine Fowler had to say. Let me get my thing pulled up here. My phone keeps going off for some reason. Alright, so it's Sunshine Fowler posted this. I am directly involved. These are selfies from the night, so we know that this is the exact argyle shirt and plaid pajama pants she was wearing. There was no time for changing of clothes as things happened very quickly. The at-risk description should be understood as she is lost or injured in a challenging natural environment and needs to be found rescued as temperatures are low and conditions are wet and muddy. Not a family, friend, boyfriend, or mental health issue that is known. So they didn't know that she had a boyfriend, is what Sunshine is saying. But yet it turns out that Trinity's boyfriend, hey May, has the same last name as she does. Alright, so I will post helpful details when I can, but please don't message me for details unless you have tips, as we are actively searching and grieving. Thank you all for your assistance in bringing Trinity home. Okay, so Sifa is saying, I forgot who it was that asked, but he's not seeing a Leonard being kin to Sunshine. Crime Crazy Sunshine is 52 years old. Hey Scott, how are you? So I don't know how she's directly involved or why she would say that not a family, friend, boyfriend, nor mental health issue that is known. Izzy, someone was asking in chat if Sunshine had a brother named Leonard. Okay, does she have a name? And is there another name for that? Is Deborah Crumb Crazy? Because there is a Deborah Fowler that is 48, and I have Sunshine's and I have uh, Deborah's, both of their information that I can send to you tonight. Okay, so that would. Well, then why is the one that we have, Sifa, that you sent to me, why does it say she's 52 but Deborah's 48? You're welcome, Crime Crazy. Joanne, I don't know exactly who Sunshine Fowler is supposed to be in this whole thing, but she's claiming that she has direct, if whatever it was, I just read it to you, she is directly involved. Um, um, that with Trinity's case, like she's saying she was directly involved with it. Um, she says that there was no boyfriend that was known, which, like I said, it comes up that Trinity has a boyfriend with the same last name as Sunshine. And then they're actively searching and grieving. I don't understand why they were grieving when they didn't even know that she had passed away. But you got the pick comparison from Insta versus the Sunshine pick, right? Uh, Sifa, if you sent it to me, yeah, I've got it. There was one that you sent that was looked like a younger girl with a guy that was laying on a couch, and then the other lady next to it. That was very funny. Whenever you said that, Katie, I think there's a lot of things off with this. Okay, so yeah, I've got it, Sifa. Let me send this over to Crime Crazy real quick. Um, See if I can get it off of my. Uh, oh, where is it at? It smells like Santa May. I want to know why her name is Sunshine. Honestly. No, Crime Crazy. Somebody in chat was asking if Sunshine had a brother named Leonard. Hey, Cece, how are you? So you're talking to Trinity's boyfriend, Francis? You want to come up on panel, Cece? I know two people named Sunshine, the hippie parents. Alright, let me grab a link real quick. Alright, so I'm throwing the link down in chat for CC only. Alright, and Crime Crazy, I'm gonna get this and try to get it sent to you. Alright. He and his family are being threatened. Oh, wow. Cece, I threw the link in the chat if you want to come up, honey. Sunshine has a Facebook that posted a comment, and the same photos come up for Sunshine Fowler. A company that doesn't is registered to Deborah Fowler an address. I don't know, Deborah and okay, so Sunshine is his mom then. Okay. Alright. We'll look at that and see how. Okay, so alright, so Cece's saying that Sunshine is Francis's mom. So that would have been how she was directly involved in it. And Joanne Paisley is so Trinity's boyfriend had a girlfriend last year. Her name is Paisley, and She was hit by a hit and run driver. The girl was drunk, high. Um, the girl come through and ran over when she was skateboarding down the street, and she died from it. And she was only 15. Trinity's boyfriend's mom is saying Trinity doesn't have a boyfriend. Yes, Siva. That's what I'm getting. Yeah, she really was. I mean, she didn't even get prison time for it, and that's sad as well. Um, like, I mean, you're 18 years old. You know right from wrong. You get in a vehicle and drive when you shouldn't, and you run over a 15-year-old girl and kill her, and you get no jail time for it. He was last with her. Okay, so Cece, so Francis was with her the night that she went missing up until 12:15, and then she goes missing at 12:30, right? Cece, do you want to come up on panel? Oh, during the day. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand that, Sway. Why she didn't. Um, okay, he was with her. Yeah, okay, I had that completely backwards. So he was with her at 12:15 that day, that afternoon. Um, but yeah, I don't understand why if the other girl, the Paisley girl, when she was killed, the girl who did it, why wasn't she? Uh, well, I don't understand why she didn't get jail time for that. Okay, so Fatty's fam, she meant that he was with her at 12:15 during the day, not at night. No reason to be threatening him with absolutely no proof. Okay, honey, that's fine. That's not good. So maybe the aunt didn't give her acid. Yeah, Fatty's fam. I completely. I was thinking of it the way you were also. Uh, I was thinking 12:30, or I'm sorry, 12:15 that night. Okay, so Joanne CC is in chat, and she was the one that was uh, letting us know that. Hey, Lisa, how are you? Well, at least I'm not confused on who Sunshine Fowler is now. Because honestly, I knew that there had to be some type of relation, but um, I didn't know it was his mom. You're probably hearing my phone because Troll is texting me, and it's sitting right here in front of me, and that's probably what you're hearing. Every time he texts me, it goes off. So is Trinity with her boyfriend? Okay, so Joanne, she was with her boyfriend earlier that day at 12:15, like around lunchtime, dinner time, whatever people call it, but it around noon that day, and then she went missing that night um, at 10:30. And when she went missing, her friend Hannah was with her or at the house, and she left Hannah in the house. Was it the JBL guy threatening? Who is JBL? Alright, let me. Oh dear. Okay, that's a wretched sound. Me and a few others was trying to guess what it was. Sounds like. Oh yeah, Brian, it's probably my phone. That's what y'all are hearing. Okay. One second, I'm just answering this back. You're still going. I don't have a bug zapper, so that's the only thing that it could be is my phone. Would you please put a link in the backstage chat so I can give you? Okay, 1 second. Werewolf Queen, and let me grab it. All right, so I'm putting this link out. This is only for Werewolf Queen because she's just gonna drop in back chat for a second. All right, and then once you come in, you're welcome, honey. Oh, I didn't even realize she was singing. I don't even know what song that is. Andrew Triggs about Kelly's case. Okay, so isn't Andrew Triggs? He's the PIO on Kylie's case. Because that's the one that every time I call Nevada County, they always put me through to his phone, and he acts like he doesn't know how to answer a phone. What for getting the? I don't. It's Scott. They're saying that it's the boyfriend and his family. All right. Let's see. The dad said it's so quiet. It was like you could hear. But who is JBL? One second, y'all. Let me write down this. That's what I'm wondering, Jim J. Who is JBL? It's crazy that he's answering his phones and protecting. Yeah, Izzy, I've literally left I don't know how many messages for him, and he won't answer the phone or he won't return a phone call either. It's it's crazy. Just I'm checking. Oh, John Bacchus. Okay. Now, how is he kin uh, to Trinity, Billy? Okay, so her uncle. All right. Oh wait, her daddy mentioned him. I remember that now because I've got that name wrote down. I just didn't put the last name uh, Bacchus with it. I think it's the mom's brother. But I do remember because he said that Trinity's mom's brother, John. I remember him saying that, or some variation of like that. But yeah, Uh, it's not the dad's brother. It's her brother. Oh, all right. Yeah, I'm so behind in chat too. So if I'm missing, you know, your comments, I do apologize. Hey Laura, how are you? See, hi y'all new here. I'm joined listening. Well, welcome Laura. We're happy to have you here with us. Sway, you must not have to work tomorrow. King Scarlet, how are you? All right, I'm just checking my emails real quick, y'all, to make sure that I've gotten everything off of them. Crime Crazy, I will get that other stuff to you as soon as I'm done. Okay, yeah, Fatty's fam, I agree. There's drugs all over the place in Nevada County. Uh, I have showed pictures of kids, just with Kylie's case, the alcohol that these kids drink. It's ridiculous amounts of alcohol. I actually do. I drink. I'll Sway, you are going to be so tired tomorrow, honey. I need whatever kind of coffee, Sway, that you're drinking, I need some of it because my coffee doesn't do that. All right, let me go through my stuff here one more time, see if there's anything new. Let's see. That is crazy though about those pics that Sifa sent of Francis off of his IG. Nevada County can care less about the teens' deaths. The drugs is where the money is from. Seems like the drugs and ski season is where they get all their money. Like, because obviously, if they cared, they would be doing their job with all of the situation out there. This is getting like the drug issue out there is, and don't get me wrong, I know it's bad everywhere, but this is getting ridiculous in Nevada County. So what's Trinity's last name Bacchus? Prosser Gang, I'm wondering if when she was born, if maybe her mom and dad, they must not have been married and she just took the mom's, I guess, maiden name. Because the dad did say that he wasn't in Trinity's life very much. So I'm wondering if that's what had happened. Okay. Has anyone asked where Jagger was? No, I hadn't even, Scott, I hadn't even brought Jagger up in with Trinity's case. Okay, so Bacchus is her maiden name. I figured maybe that's what had happened. Because I thought to begin with, whenever the dad first came out and I saw the last name and it was different, I thought at first it was weird. I thought maybe him and the mom were married, but maybe they wasn't. Um, and you know, that's why Trinity took her last name. Or she was a teen mom. I think she is 35 now. Okay, it is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I gotta get a calculator to figure how old she would have been. Okay, well, she would have been 19 um, when she had Trinity. So, I mean, I was 19 when I had my oldest. Jagger was at the party, but not at the party while he was with his dad, but not with his dad while he was having his own party somewhere else. But wasn't it also said that Jagger was fishing? Geez, I did see that. He posted, which I didn't understand. He was doing a video and he showed the camera that he was using to take the pictures of the ocean. So basically, he was recording himself taking pictures with a different camera of the ocean. Okay, so yeah, he was fishing with his dad. Well, maybe him fishing with his dad was his own party. I don't know. A 72-year-old roommate just told me I can't do anything positive at my DA's office. Okay, I'm literally trying to figure out how to delete something off of here. Ah, here we go. Enter wild. I can see this. Okay. Hey, Krista, how are you? I feel like we need to chat to the AAA guy. He would have seen something for sure. Yeah, I don't know if I would still believe him though, Scott, honestly. They have pictures of people taking pictures of everyone in the pictures, but they don't have the pictures because nobody took them. Yeah, I don't understand where the pictures and the videos went of Kylie's the night that Kylie went missing. I wonder where it, like the night that Trinity went missing. Is there other pictures other than the one she took where she looks scared and it looks like she's watching for something? instead of actually looking at herself in the mirror or looking at the picture on her phone. It's like Ghislaine Maxwell trafficking kids to no one. It's these cases, y'all, are so crazy. And honestly, I didn't realize how crazy a case really could be until I started doing Kylie's case. And I'm constantly like uh, hitting my palms to my forehead on a daily basis because there's so many red flags and lies and everything else. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay, it's all gone downhill since OJ. It's so funny because I remember that case. I remember I was little, and I remember OJ's trial being on TV all the time, and I'm like, why are they playing like this man's trial on TV all day long? Like I was so sick of OJ and his trial. Lawyers involved in OJ and Epstein's. You remember it too, Izzy? It was just like I didn't understand. Like I knew that they were saying the man murdered two people, uh, and I understood he was like this big famous person and all that. But I couldn't understand why they wanted to play. And I remember that was the first time I'd ever seen them play someone's trial on TV like that. I don't know if they had done it before his or not, but that was like the first one that I'd ever seen, and I just couldn't understand why they were doing it. And my grandmother watched the entire thing. And I was so sick of OJ and about the glove and all that. Hey, Yamaha biker. Okay, they're still looking for the shooter on the grassy knoll, but they ain't found me. Him yet. Okay. Red barn. I remember the thing they were saying about the red barn too in Kylie's case. It would it the where they said the barn was at the is it called positive or something like that? It was a something to do with a pet grooming place or whatever, and it was actually not far down from where Pissant lived when police come in and raided his house. First one I actually recall the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit. I remember that, Izzy. It seems like forever ago, honestly. Um, I don't remember exactly what year. Hey, Logan's mom, how are you? Um, what year was it that OJ's trial came out? I don't. I remember I was young. I just don't remember exactly what year. Vaughn, how are you? Okay, maybe we can have everyone try on a glove and see if it fits and base innocence off of that. Call it sorting glove. So 94. Okay, so I would have been 13 going on 14. So I just couldn't, like, I didn't understand why they were wanting to do that. It was ridiculous. Okay, so it was in 94. So yeah, I'd have been 13 going on 14. It's just ridiculous. So wait, it was October the 3rd, 1995? Well, they might have been almost 15 then. Yeah, I was on a cross-country trip, and it was on every TV everywhere we stopped. One second, y'all. So you remember VH1? Yes, uh-huh. My grandma and grandpa had president as a foreign exchange student. Okay, so November the 9th in 94 to October the 3rd in 95. Okay. NorCal Jim, I'm doing good. How about yourself? Yeah, I seen something about John Bonet's case. They did DNA or something, like, or got DNA from something, and they were supposed to come out with the results. Is that how it was? I remember something had uh had came out about it. I don't know if VH1 is still a thing or not. The fact that the war was televised. Oh, Krista, I remember that. Was it Desert Storm and all that? They would show it on TV, like what all was happening over there. Did you fell asleep, Sea Star? That is so crazy. I remember in school we had what was called Channel One. I don't know if anybody else had that, but like every morning when we'd get into like first period, or if you were in grade school, like as soon as you got into the class and sit down, Channel One would come on the TV, and it was like, I don't know, like a 30-minute show every day, and they would always talk about all the different things, the stuff that was going on overseas, and uh, all that. It was crazy. CNN fake missile strikes coming down with the fakes. So would anybody like to come up tonight before I end it? Down here was working as a nurse, also in the office of home health company. Muffin Top, how are you? This left us gaslit by acquittal. No, Desert Storm was it like in the late 80s, I believe it was? From Vietnam era. Yeah, I wasn't around for Vietnam. Okay, Desert Storm was 90-91. Okay. Yeah, because I remember there was a lot of guys from where I'm at that are, well, from Fort Polk and like different military posts and bases around here that was involved in it. Hey, Susie. I'm doing good, honey. How are you? Yeah, Desert Storm was the first time I like it for me, and I'm sure like a lot of people like because I wasn't here for Vietnam and you know the Korean War and stuff like that. My grandfathers fought in that, um, but Desert Storm was like the first war thing that I remember. The elder thought he'd cruise re-election if he won the war. Said no new taxes. Uh, Crumb crazy, you're not crazy. What are you talking about? Nadine, how are you? Oh, Krista, I remember when Kurt Cobain passed away. I was in 8th grade. It's either 7th or 8th grade. I think 8th grade. And you would have thought the way these kids were acting at school that they had lost their daddy. They did so bad. People crying and upset. It's crazy. Donna, you have a good night, honey. Okay, I knew the room I was in when I heard it was. Yeah, I can't remember if it was 7th or 8th grade. I want to say it was 8th grade. I just remember everybody, like a lot of the kids, did horrible when they found out about it. Did you really, May? Yeah, Krista, I remember that too. Second love, I made it through. I know, Sway. That's why I was asking. You must not have to go to work tomorrow. I hate though that you do, and you're gonna feel bad. But we do love having you here with us. Do we know Trinity contacted her boyfriend before she walked? Fatty's fam, no, they haven't said that, but it has been said that he was with her earlier in the day. All right, look, I got something else to. I got to get out of my email because I'm gonna start going over this tomorrow. Hold on, I gotta switch to my other email real quick. What I always remembered is when the space shuttle, the classroom I was in and everything. I want to say when that happened, I was like in kindergarten. I was like super young, I think, when that happened. Uh, Hold on, because Troll sent something to me to go over about Miles, but I gotta find it. Let me see if this is it. Okay, this is it. So this is the one that Tonka was also talking about earlier. Um, did I click on it twice? Oh, no, I guess I did. Krista, I remember that too. All right, let me share this real quick. Mar, you're still in here with us? Do you really, Jeez? All right, so this is about Miles Stanton. Um, this is when Tonka was talking about it last night in chat. And Troll has been looking into it today, trying to gather some information up for me, and I'm going to look into it some more tonight because I want to go over it tomorrow. Was it not? Okay, so it says mother looking for answers in mysterious disappearance of Oregon man Miles Stanton. People say it's a mother's worst nightmare, Laura Stanton said tearfully. That's still an understatement. Laura's son, 21-year-old Miles Stanton, has been missing for 19 days. He had only been living in Oregon for 18 days when he vanished. He's been missing as long as he has been living there, so he literally went missing the day after he got there. Okay, Laura, who lives in Utah, flew to Oregon on October the 24th, 2022, immediately after she found out her son was missing. And she said that she's been there ever since. Laura told Dateline that she raised her three boys in San Diego. Miles is the middle, and they're pretty close. Laura's husband, their father, died in 2005. All right, so that would be a picture with her and her sons. Laura said that despite losing his father at a young age, Miles enjoyed growing up in San Diego. He liked to skateboard and surf, and he's really goofy and fun. Laura married again in 2018. A year later, Miles graduated from high school and began college at BYU, Hawaii. Laura said that there would be that when the pandemic hit in 2020, the students were sent home. He stayed in San Diego and worked with his uncle for a few months, Laura said. In the fall, he moved to Utah with me. Laura told Dateline that in July 2022, Miles moved back to San Diego from Utah for work. He moved back, worked at the job for a couple of months, and then he didn't like it. He didn't like the job, Laura said. He quit the job and said he was gonna move and he was thinking about moving to Oregon. Laura told Dateline that her son said that he had always wanted to live there and was really excited to move. He's like, I don't have a job here now, so like I don't really see any reason not to go, Laura recalled her son telling her. In October 2022, Miles made the move. Laura said he moved in with an old childhood friend, RJ White, who lives in the Tualatin area about 20 minutes southwest of Portland. RJ told Dateline that he met Miles when they were just kids, and there was a program before we went into middle school, RJ said, and we met there, but I would say that we didn't really become friends until high school. RJ told Dateline that he moved to Oregon from San Diego in October 2021, so he'd been there a year when Miles joined him. He said that he had always wanted to live in Portland, RJ said, so he got here on October the 2nd. Okay, RJ told Dateline that he last saw Miles on the morning of October the 20th. After the first night, I really didn't think that much of it, RJ said. I figured he had some reason. Maybe he met a girl or something. After the second night, RJ said that he thought it was a little weird. Miles had yet to return home. By October the 24th, RJ said he knew something was wrong and he decided to reach out to Miles's mother. Miles's mother, Laura, said she initially ignored the call from the unknown number. Then I got a text that said, Is this Miles' mom? Laura told Dateline that she was alarmed and called the number back. RJ was like, I'm just calling to see if you've heard from Miles because I haven't seen or heard from him in 4 days. Laura told Dateline that she hung up the phone with RJ and immediately started calling family and friends. I called everybody and like nobody had heard from him since the 19th. Let me look at the chat real quick because when I'm reading this, y'all, I'm not able to keep up with the chat. All right, so Laura said that she spoke with Miles on the phone that Tuesday, October the 18th. On Wednesday, October the 19th, he was responded to text in a group chat and everything seemed normal. Thursday is the day that he went missing, Laura said. Miles had recently started working at FedEx in Portland, so Laura says she called them too. He had been working there for 2 weeks. The last day he worked was the 20th. According to Laura, that was also the last day that Miles was spotted. Laura told Dateline security footage captured her son at a 76 gas station in Aurora, Oregon, around 3:30 p.m. on October the 20th. Aurora is about 15 minutes south of Tualatin. I'm probably not pronouncing that name correctly. And that's the last footage that we have of him, Laura said. She told Dateline that she was able to gain access to Miles's bank and cell phone records. His credit card was last used on the 20th. Laura said, adding that his phone last pinged on October the 20th and it was in Aurora Woodburn area. So the day Laura learned that Miles was missing, she flew to Oregon. That same day, she reported her son missing. The police department is investigating Miles's disappearance. Community Service Sergeant Mark Waddell confirmed to Dateline in an email that Miles was last seen at the 76 gas station in Aurora, Oregon, by the gas station attendant. He said, based on the phone data, the phone's last known location is along Highway 211 near the Pudding River. Police department has opened a missing person case on Mr. Stanton, Waddell said, and Mr. Stanton and the vehicle that he is believed to be driving both have been flagged. So they don't have his vehicle either then, right? So according to Sergeant Waddell, there is no evidence of foul play at this time. But Laura told Dateline that her son would never just take off. He's never done anything like this, Laura said. No one thinks it is normal behavior. What Laura said is normal is Miles's newfound joy for fishing. She told Dateline that he may have been looking into some new spots to explore and got lost. That's kind of a theory, Laura said. He's pretty new to the area. But in truth, Laura said that she has no idea what happened to her son, though she is hoping for the best. I'm not even sleeping, Laura told Dateline, but I have these things going through my head like it's a constant, and I hope that it's one of that where he ends up safe. Miles' family and friends flew in from around the country to join in the search in Oregon. 20 people have dropped their whole life, Laura said. His friends from Utah drove overnight. Laura said that they had been searching the whole state looking for Miles. We've heavily concentrated on the downtown areas of Portland, but still no signs of Miles. Miles is 5'10", weighs 165 pounds, has brown hair. He was last seen in a red hoodie, blue jeans, black sneakers, and a black beanie. He also has two tattoos, one above each knee. One of them is a bison. Miles's car is also missing. He was last seen driving a black 1997 Honda CR-V with a Utah license plate number U203HR and has a skateboard and anime stickers on it. Alright, so that would be his vehicle. Anyone with any information regarding Miles' whereabouts is asked to call the police department at 503-629-0111. So I'm going to get some information on this tonight and start going over his case tomorrow. Yeah, I know more. I wasn't expecting the whole CRV thing until I got to it. Okay, there was a reported sighting a Miles vehicle in Silverton, Oregon this morning. Tonka, has there been any new updates on it though? Since they reported seeing it? I know more. That's why like I read it the way I did. It caught me off guard, honestly. Okay, so no new updates as of this report. Okay, and hold on, let me see what date this one, because Troll just emailed it to me a few minutes ago. Uh, Wait, where did it go? I know I just seen the date on here. Okay, so this report is from November the 8th. Everyone said it was okay. Okay, that would be ozone all cross eyes. I'm seeing. I'm just trying to catch up because I missed a lot of comments when I was reading it. A girl in Seattle jumped out of a car on the highway to get away from her pimp today. It says she was trafficked. That is sad, geez. Golly. Josh, how are you? NorCal said that he would come up. Okay, is NorCal Jim still in here? Oh, there he is. Okay, hold on. So, NorCal Jim, you want to come up on panel? Oh, let me get this off my screen. My oldest. Sim 7, 15-year-old is the one I have to keep an eye on. Okay, there's another ping the family aren't supposed to talk about, which sounds a bit suspicious. Oh, Susie, so you're talking about in Miles's case there's another ping? We'll be chatting about it appears you were getting off tonight. Um, I mean, whatever you want to chat about, NorCal Jim. Trinity, um, Kylie. I don't know a whole lot about Miles yet, but I'm going to get into that tonight. But I mean, I'll drop a link if you want to come up. Wait, did Sway say she was going to bed? I must have missed it. Sway, if you're going to bed, honey, you have a good night. Let me grab a link. I'm going to go ahead and drop a link in the chat just in case Jim does want to come up. No, she told me she was going to bed. Okay, you have to fill me in. What the heck? Why didn't it post? Alright, NorCal Jim, I dropped the link if you want to come up. So wait, is Sway going? Sway, are you going to bed or not? I'm confused. Okay, Jim, is this you? Sam the Butcher? I don't know who this person is, so no. Usually he comes up as NorCal Jim. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me? Well, he left. I don't know. Usually he comes up as. Wait, let me find Jim in chat real quick. Because usually Jim comes up as NorCal. Okay, there's Jim. Okay, Jim, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, was that you a second ago?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You come up as a different name, so I didn't know who it was for sure.
Well, I like messing with people. When I go up on panel, I'm like part of the Brady Bunch. I'm Sam the Butcher.
Uh, well, I didn't watch the Brady Bunch a whole lot, so I didn't catch the name.
I was on a different panel earlier, so anyway, I'm sorry, but yeah, I saw you were up here, by yourself, and you were talking about some things, so I figured I'd jump up for a minute because I didn't want you to be out here on your own.
Okay, I can barely hear you. Can anybody else hear him okay?
I'm sorry, I'm talking low. Is that better?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's good now.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. You know what it is? I'm wearing these headphones that are like like they take out the sound, so when I talk I can barely hear myself, so I sound weird to myself. But
Oh, okay.
if I
Okay,
sound
gotcha.
slightly less weird to you, then we're all good. Good
No,
evening,
you sounded fine. I just could barely hear you. That was all it
everybody. Okay.
was. So how have you been doing?
I've been good. It's been so busy today in this world of stuff that has been going on. When you look at Michael Vaughn, you look at Trinity. I mean, it's just there's news everywhere,
Oh, yeah.
and
I
so
know.
I've been trying to keep up and trying to figure out what's going on, developments and that type of stuff. And so I just wanted to jump on here if you want to talk about anything particular. What current case are you?
Well, I'm gonna keep an eye on Trinities, but I'm also gonna start talking about the boy Miles Stanton that's now coming into play that I was reading about a second ago.
Okay.
Um,
Well, so for the Miles Stanton, I can't give anything yet because I haven't had any time to do any sort of research whatsoever. So
yeah,
the
I don't
Trinity
know.
case, and this is one of the reasons that I want to jump up. I mean, it's unfortunate because I did the same thing when it came to the Kylie Rodney case. I live in this area,
Hmm.
and it hits close to home. And we did an interview on a different panel last night with her biological father. I don't know if anyone's caught up on that.
Yeah, I watched it last night.
Okay, yeah. So, and then he was back on this evening, and it's just a very difficult thing because one of the things that people talk about too, just real quick with this case, because I want you to do your thing, but when they say, "Oh, that she was so hard to be found in this area because they had to cut through with chainsaws or whatever," I think she fell off of a steep drop and then went down and landed somewhere. And so it wasn't like she was able to paw through all of the manzanita and that type of brush.
Hmm.
And I'm not sure who had listened to any earlier lives or recordings about, the type of terrain that we have out here, but it is extremely nasty. It's extremely unforgiving. And I really feel as I look for more, I think she fell down, hit the ground, hit her head, and, uh, and that was what unfortunately caused her demise.
I remember hearing the dad saying that he thought that that's what it possibly happened as well. I did see where Cece was showing pictures of how thick it is out there, and which where I live at in Louisiana, we our woods here are thick like that as well. So when he said that, whenever the dad said, that they had to get down on hands and knees and crawl and all that, I completely understand where he's coming from with that, because you have to do that here too. Um, and I know a lot of people who live in like city areas and stuff like that, they don't understand the thickness that some of these woods can get. Um, but yeah, we don't have manzanitas in here, I don't think.
So
I don't.
manzanita is it's amazing that it's such a thick it's like it's a bush. It looks like a bush, and it's this
Mhm.
gorgeous reddish brown wood, and there's not a lot of bark on there, so it's real. I mean, geez, I have some around here somewhere, but it's like really really sweet. It is the thickest stuff I've ever had to cut through,
Mhm.
and compared to oak or pine or whatever, it almost it imagine it's like a giant 7 foot weed.
Oh wow.
You know, like it is nasty and it's so hard to get through. And that's why so many of these areas remain undeveloped, because it also has an underground root system. And so it spreads very far, sort of like aspens and things like that. And so
Mhm.
the root system propagates and it moves in different areas and it's hard to get rid of. And it's just nasty. And that's why what was the guy behind him that we saw in the report? The guy was saying was 1,500 acres
Mhm.
he was watching over. Think
Right.
about that.
Oh my gosh.
Nothing's going on in those 1,500 acres except maybe a couple of grow houses. But like, other than that, it's nasty terrain.
Yeah. Yeah. I like I said, I don't think we have stuff like that here, but we have in our woods. It gets just the underbrush is horrible. So I completely get when he says, like, having to crawl and it's thick and you can't hardly see through it, and you may go through it and there may be a meadow or whatever on the other side of it, and you don't even see it until you're already there. Um, that to me, that's understandable. Like I said, I know a lot of other people who may be from the city areas don't understand that, but um, I completely get it. But what is, because I haven't got to talk to you in a while, Jim. So what is your take on Trinity's case? Like, what do you think? Do you think what is being told is what actually happened?
Well, as of now, everything's of course alleged. Um, I've got 4 pages of notes. I did the minutes on the interview with Brendan last night on a different channel. I know everything that he said. Um, and where it's coming down to me is that this is a series of, in my opinion, right, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, someone's not hearing anything?
Do what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, someone on chat said they don't hear anything, so I guess it's them. But where I am right now, until we hear more and we get more events from the presser, I think it's an accident. I think it's a case of potential alleged misuse of substances and a course of errors and mistakes that ended up in this being what it is, And this compared to the other case up here, I think it's not anywhere near as nefarious. Like what I mean. Like I look at this and I think it's definitely one of those things where there was genuine nature from the bio dad when he was on a few panels that he was on, and I think he was very respectful. Everyone that had him on panel, all the hosts, uh, CCTV was there. You had Brittany did one. You know what I mean? Like, and so I think
Yeah.
it was great, and I think we're able to garnish a lot of information. And unfortunately, what we're doing now is we're going to wait on tox reports. We're going to wait on pressers that come up because they really didn't say much in the one that they did, I think it was today, right? And I think it's going to end up being one of those things, unfortunately, is that she she made a mistake and took a couple steps in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
You know, and you talk about those manzanita trees, and it's something that her bio dad brought up because we live in a very similar area, and some of these bushes out here, and I say no joke when I say 2.5 to 3 inches,
Hmm.
that's how long these thorns are on these bushes.
Oh, I
I mean,
believe it. We have thorns like that here too.
yeah,
I don't know what they're called, but yeah, they've got long, several inch long thorns on them.
yeah. I mean, and they are like, and they're rock solid. They're hard. So it's not like. So here's the thing. I don't imagine her scrambling through this brush and crawling over and then succumbing to whatever. It
Right,
just
especially barefoot and
no,
yeah,
I couldn't do that if you get I got a garage full of the craziest gear you can imagine, and I wouldn't even try to do that. I think what happened is that she came around. Now imagine it's pitch black. I'm running and I go down the path and I'm only going by the video that I saw. Let's say she came past that little red cabin there. And I'm going through, and all of a sudden you take a step in the wrong direction, and the ground just disappears, and you
right.
have no idea what's going on. It's nighttime, and all of a sudden you come down, and you hit your head. I mean,
Hmm.
it's not that hard to conceive, and if you're hold on 1 second. Okay,
CC,
I
you
just
have a
saw
good night,
something in
honey.
the chat. Uh-huh. If I did that right, said, could she have been on a bad trip and somehow went up in that brush? So, to answer both questions, one, in my opinion, allegedly, if she was doing a substance, yes, I do believe that things didn't go well. Could she have gone up in that brush? No, because she was on the top of the ravine. There was really only, or the road was only going to lead down to ravines on either side. And so her path, whether it was from her aunt's house to go down to the left or to go up and over to where the police were, where she went in, it's
Hmm.
all about going down from there. I've got topo, crud, I don't have it up right now, but I think it's like a 250, 300 foot elevation uh, um, gain to get up from where she was to where the road was, and so she went down. She didn't go up.
Right. It's just it's sad. I wish that she could have been found safe and alive, but it's unfortunate, honestly.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing too, and like I said, I'm not sure how what people know about the situation, but she was at her friend's mom's house, which they called her aunt,
Hmm.
and supposedly her aunt and her boyfriend had gone out to dinner, and the two girls, one girl, her friend that was there with her, had a broken leg and she was on crutches. So I'm not sure, what people know about this type of stuff. So um, uh, yeah, she was on crutches, and they came back and they said that they looked like they were chill watching a movie, making popcorn, whatever. And then the aunt and the boyfriend up to bed, and then Trinity came up and came into her room and started to like rub her hair and wanted to show her a painting, i.e., things had
Yeah, I heard
changed.
that too. I was like thinking, okay, so what kind of painting was like? Is it one that they just had like laying around their house, or she painted, or what?
Yeah, so I think that there was something with that, and something else too. And listen, all of this, of course, is alleged, and everything I do personally, as me as my persona here in NorCal Gym, is because I'm just trying to help these people, the community. I'm not trying to stir drama. I never will. Um,
Hmm.
but I think that uh, there was definitely some looseness in the things that were allowed in that household. Uh,
Right.
and that's why there was the area that they went to go hang out. Hey, Josh, she was found in the woods about a half a mile from the house. Just so you know, someone was asking in chat.
Yeah, I threw that up there because so I wouldn't forget to ask you. All right. So I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
and so
watch
I know
that.
exactly where she was found, and it is at the beginning of a drainage ditch. So out here, um, they get a lot of we get a lot of snow up here. You know, like I said, so I live. The weird thing about where we are right here is I live about 40 minutes from where this happened, and I live, let's say, an hour and a half from where the Kylie Rodney stuff happened. Where I live, it never snows.
Hmm.
Where Trinity lived, it kind of snows. Where Kylie lived, it don't.
It really snows.
Yes, and so we've already had. There's already been three. I'm a big snowboarder, so out here, and one of my resorts already opened. I've got a season pass, like so I'm going at it, and so yeah, it exists. And so what happens, unfortunately, is this time of year too. Whenever I hear anything about snow, any precipitation, it's tampering or tampering evidence. You know what I mean? Like it's taking away from the effectiveness of the evidence. But yeah, it definitely
Right.
we get some weather up here, and that's one other thing too. I want to point out because there's been some people saying, "Oh, well, I looked at the temperature out there, and it is like, in the low 30s at night, and she could have succumbed." No, no way,
Hmm.
no way. Even wearing pajamas, if I needed to do it right now, and you would all need to really like Venmo me a crap ton of money, but I can go out there and sleep naked through the night, and I'd be cool.
Okay, well, don't try that.
No, I won't. Trust me. No, but it is like so. She didn't die from the elements. Oh, Weaver City, how she was found in. Someone's asking on chat. I'm just sorry. I'm watching it at the same time. She was Oh, Josh, she's not far from there. I don't remember exactly. I don't have any of my maps up right now. But as far as Yuba City, yeah, she was found off of. Hold on, I got too many pages of notes here. She was found off of Kentucky Ravine, 18 through and 4 Kentucky Ravine Road. Uh, is where the aunt's house was, and she could have either gone west from there, or she could have walked up the hill and gone to the left of the winery and then got lost there. That's where I think she was, but information is sporadic.
Hmm. Well, one thing, like, so are y'all's winters, like during snow and all that, and it gets down to in the 20s, like they're saying it was that night. I think somebody said it was like 29. Is is the air, is it like a dry air or is it like moisture in the air?
Try.
Okay, see ours, that's why like in Louisiana we have very wet, cold winters and our air is very, it has a lot of moisture in it.
Yeah, no, out here, that's one of the reasons I'm from the Northeast originally, and I can't stand humidity. And so
Mhm,
out here, it is dry. I will be out, like, I'm no joke. My office is in part of my garage, and it's usually around 90 or over 90 degrees in here. And I'm comfy. I don't care. We get 104-degree days, but if I get an 80-degree day on the East Coast with humidity, I want to jump out a window. It's
right.
the worst.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's really bad down here too. Like the humidity is, it can get so bad here that whenever you go outside during the summertime, you can't hardly breathe. Like it's horrible.
Yeah, here it's different. I mean, in a weird way, because I don't know. I embrace it. I love being freezing cold on a lift with 3 inches of snow on me, and I love being in my garage wearing a board shorts with 105 degrees. I don't know why, but it's dry,
Hmm.
and it makes a big difference. And so out here, when you get to that area, and the thing I originally thought is if she got down into one of these canyons quite far down, the air is going to settle in and be colder. But I had mentioned this on another panel. Before I even lived out here, I was traveling around the country with friends, and we were like those post-college dumbasses, and we were doing stupid stuff. And we were out here in Northern California, an hour and a half from where I live, and 30 minutes from where Kylie lived. And we got lost in the woods at night.
Mhm.
We just went for a little hikes to go watch the moon, and we got lost. And we spent the whole entire evening in these freaking brush and briar and these manzanita bushes. And, we didn't plan on it because, think about this too. Now, we were cognizant, and she ran out there. Well, no, we were partying, but like we weren't on like hallucinogens. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
we all like we grabbed a beer and like let's go take a walk and watch the moon. And then next thing you know, we were out there until daybreak.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, so things can happen, and so that's one of the things too. When people anywhere, and there's so many places that people are from, but if you are not used to being in the mountains,
Mhm.
you don't understand how you should always be humbled by the mountains. The
Right.
mountains always tell you what they allow you to do and what they don't. And this is coming from a guy. I've got a titanium rod in my right leg, my femur. I've got a rod that runs the whole length of my leg because I smashed it. I broke my kneecap this summer. Like I play hard, and I suffer the consequences. But the mountain's going to tell you when to slow down.
Right.
And so in this instance, unfortunately, I think the substances that were involved negated all of that. And that's where I think. And you look back to the whole thing too, because when you did this whole interview with, did people hear the interview with Brendan?
Yeah, I actually listened to both of them.
Okay, so if others on here didn't, I'm just going to give you a couple points. You know
Okay.
how like the other boyfriend ran back into the house to get shoes on and whatnot to come out to look for her because she was screaming, and they thought that there was a log came out of the fire.
Right.
Who's gonna, and I kind of give him some credence because I'm like, who's going to think that someone's going to jump the fence and run away? I mean, it was a crap storm. I don't think that the story is done with the two of them coming home from dinner and peacefully going to sleep. I'm not buying it. Uh,
You think there's more
so
to that? They're just not putting that out there,
nah, I
basically?
know the party ant. Come on,
Yeah. I mean, we've all had a party aunt.
exactly, yeah. And so I think there's a lot to that, and that's why I'm really waiting. I think tomorrow being the end of the week, holiday weekend with Veterans Day on Friday.
Mhm.
The mini presser they did today, they didn't really say much. Uh, and so sorry, different story. But with this one right here, I think that and we're going to hear some more on it, and I really felt so bad for the bio dad when he did his online interview, because it was clear to him that, first of all, he's been ostracized from that part of the family,
Mm.
and his sister, he even said, has great contact. Was it his fault? Was it not? I have no idea. But at one point, what he said too is when they were asking him about, what's going to go on, and I said to him in this live, I said, "Are you going to be able to go to the funeral?"
Oh, yes, I remember hearing that.
And some people in the chat were like, "Well, he deserves to. He's the dad. He can." No, actually, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't. And I felt so bad for him because he didn't have an answer that I was hoping for, saying, yes, I spoke with whoever. And she said, of course, I think you should be there. And I felt bad for him because that's something you never get to redo. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
Yeah.
And it's like if you missed your child's birth, you can't say, "Oh well, I'll catch the next one." Like no, no,
Yeah.
and I felt bad for him, and I think he was very genuine. I pride myself on my judgment of people. It's sort of what I do, and I think he was very valid in what he was saying, and I felt bad for him. And I hope he, it was tough. It took 2 days to get him onto a panel.
Mhm.
Yeah, actually, 2 days, but three different lives of getting him onto a panel for him to first start talking. And I thought that it's all about creating a safe space. and he really did a lot of great things. But if anyone has questions about that panel or for me, please let me know.
Okay, yeah, I'm watching through the chat to see if anybody has any questions. But hopefully, speaking on that, with her funeral and stuff like that, hopefully he will get to attend the funeral and there won't be any drama because I know he said, he didn't want to go there and cause any drama or anything like that at her funeral. So hopefully the mom will be okay with him going. I mean, it is his child. As well. So hopefully, he'll be able to go and attend. And he did say he had other kids. Hopefully, they'll get to attend it as well.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope this isn't. Who knows? I don't know this person. I'll never meet this person probably in the rest of my life. But just when it comes to people, I hope that someone could have some civility and say, regardless of what has gone on right here, this is your child,
Right.
and you should be able to pay your respects. And the sad thing is that the catty nature of people, more often than not, takes over
Oh,
and
yeah.
use this as another divisive measure to drive that thorn in the side just a little bit more. And he sounded very genuine. He sounded, the one things about too is you can tell when people are opportunistic.
Mm-hmm.
I can. I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of how I'm built. Uh, and I didn't get an opportunistic vibe from him. I really got a genuine dude. I had this girl with this woman, and I got blackballed from the family for whatever reasons, his fault or who theirs, who knows? You know, I mean, whoever. I haven't seen her in years. I'm happy that my other family, i.e., sister or whatnot, has good contact with her, but it sucks, and
Right.
that guy sits there, and I'm just replaying what I heard. So I'm not saying this is all like fact, but he's like, yeah, I work on heavy machinery. I'm between two jobs. I've got two kids with one on the way, you know, and so it wasn't someone coming out being like, hey, give me the look at me complex, and that's the first red flag for me. He was the antithesis of that. He was like, hey, listen, I don't know, I don't even know what this is about, and I was so scared. We had to teach him how to get up onto StreamYard.
Yeah, I saw where he was having problems with it.
Yeah, and so and so, even though those little things to me, they're markers of a person's personality style, intent, and end game. And his personality style, I don't know yet. His intent was just to be able to talk to someone because he's like, this shit's crazy. And his end game was, I don't have one. That's how I felt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that. I'm happy to be able to participate on any of these panels just because of these type of cases. I happen to be more local and I have a
Mm-hmm.
better understanding of the terrain, that type of stuff. But so anything that you would like from me, you let me know. But thank you very much for having me on.
One thing real quick. Do you know when they're going to do the autopsy or have they already done it?
Autopsies usually happen pretty quickly. I don't know when it did. So we have two things that go on with this. We have the autopsy and then you have the tox report.
Right.
So toxicology is usually, 14, 16 days minimum later, at least. And we're also dealing with a minor here. So, that's going to be another challenge. And so I would just say, don't even, just be patient and wait. Tox is going to come out. I mean, geez, we're still waiting on a tox report from, I'm involved in too many cases. I don't know, but anyway, the woman, oh, Jesus Christ, I can't. I'm sorry. But
Oh, no,
yeah,
you're
so toxicology reports take a long time to come back, and
right.
and so we're gonna be waiting on a while, and I think if she's underage, it may be something that the parents can either say yay or nay as to whether it can be released, because I don't think by law you can release those type of things for a minor.
Right.
And so we're going to hear that. I am waiting for the autopsy. And I personally, in my opinion, I'm going to think it's blunt force trauma to the head unintentional. There's no homicide.
Right,
Um,
just basically like you said, and basically like the dad said too.
well,
Running through there,
yeah,
and she fell, um, and down into the ravine and hit her head. Or was it a is it a ravine or a river drainage or something like that that they said they found it in?
they're kind of the same. So the mountains out here, it's like these big. Just imagine a V, right? Going
Mhm.
downhill. It's a big V, and so where all this snow melt, it goes straight down there, and it's a bunch of nasty trees, these manzanita bushes, and also this is all granite. It's all rock.
Okay.
I mean, these are
Yeah.
all scree fields of these things that, when I go hiking out in these areas, I'm climbing over boulders that are the size of small cars,
Mhm.
what I mean? That type of thing. And so, that stuff exists underneath this brush too. So you go ahead and you come over something and you take a step and you don't realize that it drops out 20 feet below you. And by the time you land, your head hits whatever was 20 feet below you.
Yeah.
And so, and when he said that in his explanation, I knew that he had listened to what I had said earlier because he did bring me up, and I think it's true. That's the type of terrain out here. She would
Mhm.
not have succumbed to the cold. She would have lived
Right.
100%. I don't think she happened to randomly land in a rattlesnake den, which some people have said. No. If she got bit by one, maybe, yeah, they're out here all over the place. But at that time of night, no, they're all curled
Too
up. They
cold.
want this.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And so the only thing for me could have been it's the head trauma. I
I
mean,
mean,
really, you just have to.
it does make sense, how you're explaining it, and her falling down off of it, especially in the middle of the night. You can't see. There's no lights out there. Um, you
Out
know.
here at night, you can't see out there where they are, rather.
Mhm.
You can't see your hand in front of your face.
Oh, it's like where I live. Like we don't have street lights here, and like my
Yeah.
neighbors have a light outside in their yard, but other than that, we don't have lights like the city does.
Well,
You walk
I
outside,
can't.
you may have the moon light. That's about it.
Yeah, and so that evening I did see someone, and I'm not going to I didn't go back and look at the lunar phases, but someone said that it was a full moon. If it was or it wasn't, it was close to it because I follow it, so it was either 1 or 2 days off. So she did get a decent amount of light from the moon when she left that yard and started running to wherever her demise was.
Hmm.
And so that part of it, I think, is relevant. And if there was a video out there that showed somebody going down a driveway, did anyone see that red little cabin with the outhouse?
No, I didn't see it.
Okay, so yeah, if you go down, it's part of the video, and someone drove down the path from where they thought she may have gone. There was a small road, and there was this sort of one, call it room, uh, mini cabin they call them out here. And what it is you have a cabin, you got a little fireplace, you got a couple of seats, and you got a loft. And people usually will put them up when they buy land. And so, I just bought myself 50 acres, but I'm not going to build my dream home yet. So
Mhm.
they
Right.
put these little things up, and there was literally an outhouse next to it, painted the same color. And they said that's where she ran down from. And in that area, it could drop off very quick. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just, it's like anything I do whenever I go out into the outdoors here, and I do everything here. I do mountain biking, snowboarding, hiking, backcountry skiing, you name it. And the number one thing is always be humbled by nature. Number one. Oh, number two, don't ever go anywhere by yourself. And
Hmm.
that's what happened, is that she freaked out. Her friend had a broken leg and was on crutches. And so when she ran out of the house and the boyfriend and aunt are upstairs, she couldn't do anything because she had a broken leg. And so the boyfriend comes down, let's say, as per what they said, the boyfriend comes down half awake. He thinks a piece of firewood came out of the fire, and that's not the case. And she's outside screaming. And so at that point, you can't imagine him saying, oh my, well, right now, oh my God, she's tripping balls and I need to get her. You know, he's probably
Yeah.
thinking, what the hell is going on with her? Let me get some shoes on, a jacket, and run out and deal. And well, by the time he came back, she was gone. And yes. Okay, here's a great point as part of this, and I think this is great. Who said Kate? Said the adult could have done more. Sorry, you're right. Let's bring this back. We're dealing with a 16-year-old girl, and in that area up there, I felt like there may have been a little bit more of that. I don't know. I'm more of a friend with my mom. My mom is a mom, and like they said, they gave her a cigarette at one point, and she's hanging out. And like, I don't know, when I was a kid, did I go party at the house of the parents that were on top of anything and didn't let us screw up and screw around? No.
Well, you always went to the cool friend's house who had the cool mom and dad, and
Or, yeah,
they
or the cool aunt's house,
yeah,
right? And
right.
so these are where I'm trying to hang in a pattern right now of waiting for what we're going to see come up in the next couple of days, because after the weekend I think we're going to hear more. The thing about this, I think, at least is going to be a little more cut and dry, is that I don't think there's a lot of what if, hows, and stuff like that compared to the Rodney case. You know what I mean? Where
Yeah.
I'm still inconclusive on that. Like,
Oh, yeah, that case is just I've lost so many nights of sleep over that case, honestly.
yeah, and so I'm not
Kind
I'm
of
not gonna drive myself on that. But with this one, it unfortunately seems like, yeah. And then it comes back to, okay, well, being 16 years old and you're being the care of somebody else, then what culpability do you have? And that's where I see there being something coming back to the end at minimum,
mm, yeah.
because your house. And I said this on another panel. So my brother had a party with all of his daughter's high school seniors at his house, and the cops showed up. And he was out there. He was the one that let all the kids in. They had to have an RSVP or whatever. And the cops like, "Do you understand you're viable for everything that happens here?" And luckily for him,
Yeah.
nothing happened. But it's true. And so she will come back, and I guess someone had a much better charge than I could remember, but it was something. It wasn't like negligent homicide. It was I don't know, but whatever it was, like, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, that aunt is going to have some explaining to do,
Exactly.
and I would love to hear a little bit more from the other. Well, which we won't, because I'm sure her parents lawyered her up, but the other friend there with the broken leg. And so,
Mhm.
and one more thing, just before I'm sorry, I'm chatting so
No,
much. This,
you're fine.
okay, thank you. This has nothing to do with the Kylie Rodney case, and people have been trying to make this connection, and are doing mileage charts and who lived here and who lived where. And one of the things I said is, hey, if you lived in Houston, are you related to everyone that got shot this weekend?
Mhm.
No. And so this has nothing to do with it. The father being, or I'm sorry, the stepdad being that deputy. I'm keeping my eye on that,
Oh,
you know.
yes, for
And
sure.
when we were doing the live with Brendan, he stated at one point, he's like, yeah, so I want to go ahead and contest a freaking sheriff deputy. You know what I mean? He's like, I'm some dude that drives machinery down in Sacramento area. So, he's smart. He's not going to mess with that. But these are small town politics. How many of you live in small towns?
Well,
You know everybody in your town.
like where I live at, it's basically just a community. Like the closest town to me is about 12 miles up the road. Um, but yeah, you know everybody. Either you're kin to half the people there, or you grew up with the other half, just knowing them from school and stuff like that. But you know everybody's business, pretty
Yeah,
much.
so it's
Yeah.
very similar. That's what it is too, because I think what happens sometimes is people think about California, and it's not that much different. It's the same thing. It's a small town. It's
Yeah.
the same freaking drunks at the bar, and it's the same guy who peaked in high school as the quarterback. And you mean like
Hmm.
it's the same type of stuff. But conversely, they also get a million plus people here coming in and visiting every year. So you have that dichotomy, and it's a challenging thing. But it's definitely one of those where it's not a. I think I mean, most of the people I tend to speak on these panels with tend to be more from like the Midwest, Southwest type of thing.
Hmm.
If I'm not being assumptive, but it is still the same sort of small town life out here
Yeah.
in that area, and especially there. Now you go down to L.A., San Francisco. No, no, completely
Yeah.
different. You
Totally
know,
different.
we're
Yeah.
dealing with avocado toast and skinny jeans. But up in this area, it definitely is. And your word is your bond, and locals keep close to locals, and you keep it close to your chest. And one of the things about that, which I think you may understand from your towns, if something happens, it's gonna be hard pressed to get people to talk.
Hmm.
No one wants to talk against the town. No one wants to talk against the sheriff. No one wants to talk against the whatever. And
Yeah.
so I didn't see nothing. And so I'm waiting on that to see, but I hope that there's going to be a little more to it, and I think there are definitely things that are being missed, and there's a couple pieces of the puzzle that would really make this come together much stronger.
Well, hopefully they will find out or figure out where the drugs came from that they had done that night, her and the friend. And something will be done to that person as well, because I mean, that person needs to be held responsible as well, whoever gave it to her.
Yeah, and there's a number of stories about or thoughts about it. I'm not going to even mention names or whatever people said on different panels because people could find that. But I mean, I could speak to just the fact that I have two uh, nieces, and I live, like I said, I drive past this area quite often. I know exactly where it is, and my nieces have too. If I said to my nieces, "Have you ever seen anyone take LSD?" they would be like, "What? No."
Yeah.
And they're not angels. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? And so
Hmm.
around here, that is such an it doesn't. When I heard LSD, I was like, I thought that stuff was like,
Way back in the day.
yeah,
Yeah.
totally. I'm like, really? I'm like, you freak. I thought now I'm more worried about fentanyl. But and so I don't think that I think it's something an anomaly. I don't think it's a part of that culture up there. They mentioned something about her boyfriend in the skate park. I'm waiting on all that. Um, and it could be something that was rook or crook where it was a random thing. It could
Hmm.
also come back to, I mean, if we want to go down that information silo, the rabbit hole, there's the guy in Roseville that sold drugs to a girl and she OD'd and died, and he got
Yeah.
arrested. This was
Yeah,
right before
he's
that
in
happened.
jail, so.
Yeah, and that's only Roseville. I mean, Roosevelt it's close to where I live.
Hmm.
It's right there. It takes forever to get there, but so it could be that because if you're in Roseville, you hop on Highway 80 and you're up in Truckee an hour and 20 minutes. And so, I wonder if that because those kids up there, they love to party. They live in this ski chill town atmosphere. And so, you know what I mean? Like when I was brought up, I did not live in a chill town atmosphere.
Hmm.
I lived my dad was very conservative or whatnot. Shrooms, weed, all teens did shrooms, weed. Okay, misbehave. When was that misbehaving? Someone in chat said something.
Okay.
She said, I lived in Placerville area. All the teens did LSD, shrooms, and weed. You're right. And you know what? It's probably not much different here. I'm just old. I mean, like, I can't imagine people doing that type of stuff. I'm like, you kidding me? I'm like, if I have a cup of coffee at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I can't sleep. So, but yeah. So I mean, it exists. It definitely does, and I think that had an impact on it. Um,
Right.
I had somebody who I knew of that had a bad trip once, and from what I was told happened, they were in a house, freaked out, thought they were getting chased by spiders, and like hid in the room, and then ran out the back door. And this was down by the ocean, and they took away and took off like 3-4 blocks to the ocean,
Oh,
and
wow.
find them. And keep in mind, everyone else that was in the house, as far as what I was told, was also under the influence. And this person was gone for hours, and they just couldn't find them. And then eventually they showed back up when their stuff started to wear off, and luckily they didn't die. And so when I heard this thing, and it's that's why drugs suck. Is
Yeah,
that
they really
like
do.
these type of things too. I mean, it just really, if they don't hit you right and they throw you off board, and if she took, because the whole storyline still doesn't jive with me, but I'm gonna wait on that. But anyway,
Yeah. So Cindy wanted me to ask you real quick, if it's so quiet there, why didn't they hear her running and crying? And someone else had asked, like, if the house where she went missing from did, is there neighbors there, and if so, how close?
well, I mean, so as far as when we did the live with the bio dad, how he put it verbatim is that you can hear mouse fart from a mile away. That's how quiet it is. And so his response was probably the similar to your, Cindy. How could you not hear? Because he's like, yeah, and out there you can hear everything. There is no outside noise whatsoever. And so I'm cautious of that as well. And that brings me back around to who in the house was under the influence of what that evening. Because if I'm
Yeah.
sitting there and I'm out of my bird, and someone runs out of the house because they're going crazy and they're doing whatever, and I'm like, holy, what is going on here? And my reality is half at a cock anyway. I mean, who knows? So I don't think that I'm putting anybody out of the realm of, oh yes, we came home from dinner, we went to sleep. Mm, and, that's what that's what her
Yeah.
quote unquote aunt said. Yeah, yeah, I'm not buying that crap. Who does that? No one. So I think that there's a lot more to it, and I'm trying to be patient and wait for things to develop. But I definitely feel that there's going to be a couple more answers needed from Ashley, yeah, Ashley and her boyfriend, because that house, it happened in the house. They're culpable. They're culpable.
Right.
They
Exactly.
take responsibility. Yeah, so
Yep.
they can't get away from that. And so I think once that comes around, we're going to see more answers, and I'm hoping throughout the first 2 days, 3 days of this week, we're going to get some better answers. But something else I wanted to point out too, real quick,
Okay.
is that people like us focus on these things, and we're very dedicated and vigilant and passionate, but also realize that there's so many people that don't give a shit and don't care, not
Yep.
for them being at fault, but even even within my own personal life, I was talking to my wife about something, and she's like, "Why the hell you pay attention to that?" you know, you know and so and the reason I say that is that I want to commend people who are spending time, and just like you here for having me up on panel, spending time working on this, because I have personally seen things be impacted by our involvement as a community, and I think that's really
Right.
cool.
Yep.
And so I think it's really neat that people can do this because it's a small community, but it can make a big difference.
Oh, for sure.
And yeah,
Yep. So hopefully, though, it'll come out where the drugs came from. That person will be held responsible if it was the aunt, which I know it's not her real aunt, but it's just easier for me to call her the aunt and keep up with all the different people. Um, but if there's something that she needs to be held responsible for as well, even though that she is the aunt or the best friend, whatever, that she's held accountable for it as well. Because it, like you said, it was her house that
yeah. Well, I
Trinity
got
was
and
so.
here's something too, and I think this is very valid. I just want to bring it up from the chat so people have their voice. Scott Black here. Uh, do we know yet that the auntie has a party house? No, no, that's why it's all is alleged. But if you know this area and you know uh, the type of what goes on here, so when you went back before flour, if you know what I mean, was legalized, this
Mhm.
place, these were huge grow areas, and it still does exist. And so when I think about something that happened 10 years ago, and I've had this property for 10 years, but now I don't do that anymore,
Mhm.
you're still in that mindset. So no, Scotty, we don't know what it is, but we have to try to throw out some darts and say, could be that, and I think that could be. Is it definitely? No. How do we know? I don't know. I'll go to her house and hang with her
Yeah.
and see if she wants to party.
I just hope that
Murder
it's.
Mountain. Oh my gosh. Yeah, did you watch that? Uh-huh. So there's a place called well, that's a whole other story, but yeah, it's a place that where grow operations were so huge that people were getting murdered, and there was like a clandestine ATV army that worked around there and whatnot. And there was a guy who went missing. It's a great documentary or whatever series to watch. It's not that different around here, actually. No, not where I live, but like
Mhm.
there.
Right.
Yeah, it's you don't go onto other people's property. If you ever see a RV camper in the middle of nowhere, you never go near it because you're cooking meth. So things. What happens is there's a lot of property out there, and so if you want to do bad stuff, you go into the middle of nowhere and you do your bad stuff.
Yeah. Let's see. Is that okay? So Troll is saying that he watched it. So apparently I've watched it too. The Murder Mountain.
Yeah, it was with that white guy with the curly hair, and he went up there to do some work. I think he went up there to cut, what do you call it? Trim, clip weed, whatever it is they do. You know what I mean? Trim it.
Hmm.
And he got involved in the business, and then he disappeared and different stuff like that. But
Oh, okay.
okay, so Scott Black, go where and take a sniffer dog by someone's grow area. Well, I'm not sure what you're saying there, because if you go by someone's grow area, the sniffer dog.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mess with nobody's grow area.
Awkward, okay. Um,
See, a lot of people are
Nevada
messing.
County, Kalani. I think it's Nevada County. I'm just responding to chat.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, Doxy, lots of people went missing around Murder Mountain. If you want to get an idea as to the complexity of the weed business,
Hmm.
I think that is a great documentary to watch because it shows you how dark. and quick and get. And you got these people that, I mean, I'm not even joking you. This was what, yesterday or the day before, and like I said, I live in an area near here, and I was at a convenience store checking out, and the guy behind me stunk of weed so bad I couldn't believe it. And I looked over my shoulders and sort of like gave him, like, I mean, I was like, I was just kind of like, give him like the smile or whatever. And he's like, I've been trimming all day. Trimming, that's the word. I've been trimming all day, he said.
Oh, wow.
I was at a, I was at a Rite Aid, you know, and so it is. It's kind of how things are out here. And oh, here you go. Scott, my parents. Scott Black said my parents lived in tobacco country, Australia, and they had real mafia issues. I believe that. True, true. Tobacco industry is a great way to show what's going on with these current industries, and as they start to get deregulated and they have challenges. And yeah, that's mob shit right there. Anything that
Right.
makes money is mob shit. And that's the thing too, is when it comes to these type of things in this country, one of the things that I look to, and I just like to play with it, but I call it gang shit. There's gang shit, man. There's gang shit everywhere. You got
Mhm.
KKK gang shit. You got racist gang shit. You got mafia gang shit. You got hood gang shit. You know what I mean? You got politician gang shit. You got druggie gang shit. And these type of people are not the people. I would never mess with any of these type of people. And it's hardcore. So you get involved in that, or you happen to be brought up, just happen to live in that area, so that's what you know.
Right, and
And
it's
that
a
really,
very dangerous situation too, to
yeah,
get involved with stuff like that.
tobacco in Australia. Yeah, there's tobacco everywhere. In the 70s, we had mafia and weed going down. Yeah. Well, see here in the 2020s, we've got mafia and weed going down, and fent going down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's kind of weird too. Like, I never thought I would look back on my childhood and think there was innocence in that. You know, uh, because I thought we were like the hardest kids ever, and now we're like, oh
Mhm.
shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone has kids here. I have kids, and it scares the crap out of me that I have to send them out to this world and try to have them
I
understand that
yeah.
shit is crazy.
I know. My daughter's 20. She's my youngest, and she doesn't live at home anymore, and it's just like I still tell her like she's a child, like don't talk to strangers, and just stay away from everybody basically, because you
Well,
never
yeah,
know who may want to pop off and they're dangerous and you don't know what's going on in their mind. You know.
I try to, I agree with you 100%, and I try not to have that. Like, I don't want to live my life in fear. I don't want my kids to. But when it comes to substances, I try to educate them, because when I was a kid, it was much more innocent. So what I do with my kids is I take 2 Advil and I put them on the table, and then I'll grab, I don't know, I'll grab a beer and I'll put it on the table in the can or the bottle, and I'll say, so are these 2 Advil the same? And they'll say yes, and I'll say no. This one is real. This one was cooked up in some hotel, some La Quinta Inn or whatever, 10 miles from here, but it looks the same. And I say, if you look at this beer right here, it will tell you that is 4.2% alcohol. If I bought this beer here, or in Chicago, or in Boston, or in Louisiana, or in Montreal, it's going to be the same amount.
Same.
And,
Right.
and so I'm really trying to educate them on, don't look at it like what it is. Oh, I take a pill. My body says take a pill, and I don't. I didn't grow up with that. I grew up with stuff, but I didn't grow up with, hey, if you took this, you can die.
Right.
And so I think educating our kids and being realistic. Now, my kids are only 10 and 13, uh, And I still, this isn't the first time. They've heard this from me for years. And I think that's one of the ways that we can help educate our kids so they don't end up in this situation. I tell my kids over and over and over again, and even my nieces, if you ever screw up and you get all drunk or you get way too high or whatever happens to you and
Hmm.
you need me to come get you, I
Like
will come get
call.
you at
Yes.
any point in the evening or whatever, and I will drive you home. I'll buy you breakfast on the way, whatever it is, and you can sleep it off. And then when you wake up, we can have a talk.
Exactly.
And
But
you
some
know,
people
and
don't teach their kids that though. I don't understand that. It's you want to
I
explain
think
to
they
your kids
pretend it's
how
not
to
going to
do it.
happen.
You know, uh, some people think that it's not going to happen, and so their mindset is, and this isn't for everybody, but there are some people who will say, "Well, it's never going to happen. My kids are not going to do that." Blah blah blah, and they never teach their kids that. Then you've got people who their kids are scared if they go out and get drunk, and they don't want to call the parents and let the parents know, hey, can you come get me? And then they end up driving or getting into a car with somebody who's been drinking, and they end up into an accident, and either they end up dead or someone else does that's innocent. And because the kids were too scared to call the parents and be like, hey, you know what, I messed up, I'm drunk, could you come get me? And
Yeah,
people need to
my
teach their
brother
kids
almost
that.
died from that. He and let's see, he was in the passenger seat, and there were four kids in the car, and they hit a tree in a
Mm,
Corvette, and his right side of his body was never right again. He can't fully extend his arm or whatever.
yeah.
Uh, and those type of things. I remember driving, and here's the thing too, is that I don't just blame the kids, because when I was younger, people would come, like, no, people, the police would come bust up a party, and
Mm.
there would be 100 people there with like 15, 20 cars outside, and they would kick us all out, and then we would have to get in our cars and
When
drive.
you've been drinking, yeah.
Yeah, and we would drive somewhere else, and I never really understood that.
No, I
Um,
mean, when you're a kid, you do stupid shit, but once you get up older, then you realize you look back and you see all the stupid shit you did as a kid, and you're like, okay, I need to explain to my kids, don't do that. But if you do
yeah,
end up doing it, make sure you call me. Don't you dare get into a car with somebody who has been drinking. I mean, you don't drive drink, if you've been drinking.
exactly. And
And
I think, and I'm not there yet, but I'll tell my kids, I'm like, here's my credit card. Go get an Uber. Come home.
yeah.
Whatever it is. And when you wake up in the morning, don't get me wrong. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk around this stuff.
Oh, see, I would be, if that was my child and they called me and they said that they were drunk, and I would go get them, and I'd wait till they were hungover the next morning, and I would start beating on pots and pans and making all the noise I could, and they wouldn't want to get drunk no more.
I got caught once. I came home and my parents weren't home, and I went to sleep. And they came home, and it was like 11 o'clock at night, and I was already in bed. And they're like, "Why is he in bed?" And they came up, and so meanwhile, I had braces at the time, and of course, we're living in a different era. But they woke me up, and I was obviously, I don't even remember waking up, but I was trashed, and my dad slapped me or whatever, but because I had braces on, it cut my cheek.
Hmm.
So I was like bleeding out of my mouth. And that didn't matter, because what my mom did was worse. She told me at that time, she's like, made me, because my room was a mess because I'm a guy. And she made me go and clean my entire room. I had to clean my room and pick up all my clothes, but I was like, I was trash. Meanwhile, bleeding out of my mouth. And when I look back on that, the pain of her making me clean the room and the lesson it taught me was so much more than the slap in the face.
Yep.
And so that's why I'm not going to slap my kid in the face when it happens. And the kid will never clean his room, so I'm good up on that. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to teach them beforehand how to before they die. And we look at these cases with these kids, And let's take away the 5-year-olds or whatnot. You got these teenage kids, you got the Kylies, you got the Trinities or whatnot, and it's so sad because as a parent, you spend your whole life, imagine for 16 years, you're trying to help this thing grow, this plant, this flower, and then all of a
Yep.
sudden it's nowhere. And at that point, what you have to do is look back on yourself. And in these two instances, I think more and more time goes by. This is my opinion. I think the lax atmosphere, the cool mom atmosphere,
Yep.
is going to be something that comes back up to, oh, yeah, that's why you were allowed to do this. The first time I saw a picture of Trinity, this is my opinion, she was wearing her little, like, hippie overalls with like 7 bracelets on, and she looked like she was going to Burning Man. And well, that's what happens. Yeah. So these
Yep.
people, when they get into that hippie stuff or whatever, and you're not even they. I'm not gonna even say they. It's not like I'm not against. I'm against that, but whatever. They get into that type of stuff, and you're young and you're an impressionable, and and what a lot of people don't realize, especially with these young kids, male or female, is that your prefrontal cortex is not completely developed yet. So you don't have rational thinking. Your common sense part of your brain hasn't even developed, and
Exactly.
that's why you make those stupid decisions. And that's why I always say I survived my teenage years. I didn't live through them. I just got lucky.
Yeah. I don't know. So, I mean, parents need to, keep it with their kids and what they're doing and teach them things and be a parent and not just their friend, you know? May, thank you so much. You are very welcome, honey. You know, it's 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 better to be the parent when the kid's growing up, teaching them right from wrong, making sure that they're guided throughout life, they're protected, they're not doing stupid shit like I did whenever I was, a teenager. And then once they're grown and they're up older and they have their own kids and they'll look back and they would think, okay, well, I'm gonna raise my child the way my parent raised me. You know, maybe not all people do that, but the majority of people, I think, that's how they raise their kid. It's based off of how they were raised. If they were raised upright, it kind of trickles down to the next generation, and they raise their kids the same way. Um, it's unfortunate though that we do have some parents that would rather be a friend and be the cool parent and buy the alcohol and let them drink and let them do drugs and you know and stuff like that. And then we have teenagers who lose their life and are going way too young. And it's a sad situation.
Yeah, it really is. I heard a quote or someone said recently. This really kind of stuck with me because I mean, my father, he passed away in 2017, and he and I had a sort of hot and cold relationship. It wasn't like he didn't love me, but he just didn't get me. Um, but the important thing is to realize what I try to do too, because when I was thinking about the lessons I want to teach my kids, or I wanted to when I started to have kids, was the lessons I had learned from my parents.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't live, and my kids don't live in my parents' generation anymore. And so,
Right.
here's a great example. Someone said, um, "Oh, how's it go?" Okay, so. Uh, Someone was walking by. Oh, there was this woman that was in a car. It was an older car, and she was showing the kids how to roll down the window by hand. Remember, that whole thing,
Mm-hmm.
rolling it down by hand, which people don't now know nowadays. And the son looked over at her and said, "Mom, that's really nice, but it's kind of like the time you told us how to call home from a payphone, which doesn't exist anymore."
Right.
So they don't live in the same life that we do. And I think that, and this is something I'm trying to get myself better as a parent, is I want to raise my kids in this generation and not my generation and not my parents' generation. And it's not easy to do because what you do is easy, it's easy to replicate. but it's not going to help them, you know. And
Exactly.
so that's why I really try to always come through that measure of being there for him, even in my situation here. You know, I mean, like the social dynamic in my house is completely different than what you would expect. I
Hmm.
am the soccer dad. I'm the stay-at-home dad. I own two businesses. Don't get me wrong. I bust my ass, but like I'm the one that picks the kids up. I take them to school. I'm the one that cooks dinner, and because my wife's career takes precedent, so you know you have to be able to adapt to those type of things. And so my kids are getting raised in a home where they think that dad is the one that cooks dinner every night.
Hmm.
They don't get the whole black and white show of Archie Bunker type crap. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
completely different type of scene from it. And it's just how we have evolved as parents. And I'm not even patting myself on the back. I'm just saying this is how it is, and we need to evolve. And I think too many people stay in thinking this is what I was told as a kid. This is what I teach as a parent. Well, the world's not the same.
All right. Well, I mean, the way you do it in your house, it works for you and your family, and if it works, it works, and there's nothing wrong with that. It like with my kids, my main thing was, you know, don't do drugs at all. Like no matter what. Like that was a number one rule. No drinking. If you are gonna end up drinking, make sure you call me. I told them that as well. But a lot of it too was that I got from my parents, and even though me and my mom, like I literally talk to her 3 times a year, and that's it. Um, it was always a respect thing for other people. Yeah, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir, thank you, please, stuff like that. Um, it, like I said, my youngest is 20, my oldest is 23, or I'll be 23 in a couple of days. Um, and so far, I've never had a problem with them. They've never gotten in trouble. They're always respectful to others. None of them drink. None of them do drugs. You know, and and like you were saying, you're teaching your kids how to adapt in in today's world is hard. It really is. But as long as you teach them right from wrong, and to be respectful, your kids will grow up and be awesome human beings when they're older. you know, Work hard, a good work ethic and stuff like that, where a lot of kids don't get that from their parents. And it's very unfortunate, you know, that they don't get that.
Yeah, I do feel I feel bad for those children. I obviously do, you know, and I also feel very very happy for mine. I'll tell you what though, you want to try to be a man in the society that's not you. You know what the worst two things that I hear from people
What's
are
that?
is well actually the worst thing after comes what's your name? The second thing is hey, what do you do?
Yep.
What do you do? And so I can go off on a diatribe of what I actually do, um, and not even get into the two businesses I own that I have to deal with after I'm done with everything. I'm like, what do I do? I'm like, well, I get my kids up, I get them to school, I get them home, I get their soccer uniforms ready, I get their food ready, I prep their meals, I start getting stuff ready to eat 4 hours before they're there because you have to defrost it, and I like to marinate, I like to cook. I got to pick them up. I got to get them ready for bed. I got to take care of the freaking dog. I got to take care of the guinea pigs I didn't want to, you know. And so there's a lot that goes into it,
Yeah.
and and I'm sure you all get it. But what sucks is that uh, so California, yeah, right, you're right. Who said Kate? But it is tough because if I was a woman and I said the same exact thing, you'd be, oh, sweetheart, ah,
Yeah.
you try so hard, you do you. And with me, it's like, what do you mean? You're not you don't have, you're not a CFO? Like, what's going on here? Uh, and
Yeah.
It is. It's humorous, and at the same time, I look back on it, I say, you know what? At the end of the day, like I said, I'm fine. But at the end of the day, I get to be there for my kids, and I
Right.
get to be there for the experiences with them. My brother, who owns his own business, and he's very successful. And what he said to me, he said, "You know what, Jim? I'll never be the goat, Dad. I'll never be the one that they say you're the best because I left for work after they went to school and I came home after they went to sleep.
Hmm.
And sure, he made a crap ton of money, and his kids are in college, and they're there because of him, and stuff like that. But he doesn't have that, and he owned it. And when he said that to me, because I respect him a lot, I really was like, yeah, you're right, you know. And yes, Doxy, you're right. Parenting is the hardest job ever,
Oh
and
my
some
God,
of
that
my
is so true.
oh gosh, and I mean like, and you know, I have my wife here, and she's extremely busy with her career. She works in politics, like it's another
Hmm.
level. And sometimes I feel like
Right.
a single parent, but I'm not. But sometimes I do, and when I do, I'm like, oh my god, how could? And it's usually the woman, right? How could a single mom do this? It's amazing when you see
Yeah.
these women that are able to go ahead and pull through, and you have the guy bounce and do whatever or however things work out, you know, and they're able to work a job and be able to manage all this type of stuff, and it's a trip. And you know, here you go, Kenny, good for you, man. Solo dad here, he's in
Hmm.
chat. But I respect that, and I hope for people that do that type of work is that we're never sitting here to bring it back around. uh, we're never sitting here wondering how our daughter ended up somewhere in a drainage ditch. And I'm not blaming the parents. I'm just saying, like, you do the best you can. So if you ever,
Right.
when you let them go and they go out into the world, you hope you have that foundation so they could trust in you and they could say, "Hey, Dad, I'm screwed up. I took a hit of LSD or whatever, and I'm freaking out here." I'm like, "All right, I'll come get you.
Yeah.
I'll go home and just chill with you and let you work it out, you know." And I didn't have parents like that, and I hope that moving forward, these are lessons for people here that you know may have younger kids or whatnot. Is that it makes such a difference to let them know that they're heard and they're trusted.
Yep. Because I didn't have that with my parents either. Like, if I got in trouble, I was always scared to tell my parents. Um, so it wasn't like I could go drink and then be like, especially when I lived with my dad. Like, Daddy, I got drunk. Can you come get me? Like, it wasn't that easy. Which I stayed grounded all the time anyway when I was a teenager. So when you sober up, you're gonna have a real serious. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Who said Kate? That's the whole thing. Is when you wake up in the morning, we're gonna sit. I'll make breakfast for you, and we're gonna sit there and we're gonna have a talk. You know, and I think that's what makes a difference. I was petrified of my father, scared the crap out of me, and I never would have called him for anything. I would rather lose a limb than tell him I did something wrong. That's freaking
Hmm.
stupid. And so, you know, and as a male, you know, that's where I think that we're personally, I take it as more of a responsibility because I want to break that cycle and I want to make it to where you have that trust, you know, and that's one of the things
Right.
too. Of course, we're going to bring it back around, but you look at Brendan, the biological father of Trinity, and because of the drama between he and Andrea, right? Yeah, he hasn't been
Yeah.
part of his daughter's life.
Right.
He lives an hour away, not even.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not like he lives in Louisiana and she lives in California. He lives
Hmm.
down the hill, as we call it here.
Yeah.
He's right there. And so unfortunately you have this girl that may not get that. And then I mean, has anyone heard the term daddy issues?
Yes.
So,
Yep.
you know, that there's a lot to that. I mean, you know, and just being honest, I've utilized daddy issues in the past. You know, if you know what I mean, like it's like, yeah, okay, you're looking for someone to save you. Great, I can pretend to be that person, but
Yeah.
you know, so he had no idea she was on. Yes, actually, Doxy, he did, but it was a little after the fact because of her reputation. He had said in our live that we did with him. So he didn't say he had no idea. He was surprised that she was known as that type of person.
Yeah, at her school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prosser Gang is here. Look at that. Prosser, you know where are the squirrels at? You hanging with the squirrels? No?
I've got to catch back
So
up in
Prosser
chat.
Gang, what's the oh gosh, I remember you were on a panel last night. I thought was really cool. It was Squirrel Prosser Game. Can you let me know what that was? That was Squirrel. It was really cool panel. You guys were on until like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, Prosser Gang comes in here every now and then and hangs out with us.
Yeah, it was Squirrel. Oh, I have it written down. Oh, Squirrels on Fire. If I'm sorry if I mentioned another channel.
No, you're fine.
Okay, but they were up. They were up late. They were actually redoing the live that we had done earlier, and that's really cool. Like, look at this. Okay, so I'm looking at my screen right now, and I see one, two people from a different channel. I see Prosser Gang coming in and contributing from a different channel. What I'm getting at is like this is the community, and this is what makes things happen. This is what makes things work, you know. And that's one of the
Hmm.
reasons too. I will never participate in a panel or anything that is drama. I don't f with that stuff, you know. And that's one of the
Right.
reasons I would come up here. I am on Brittany's channel, you know, allegedly.
Hmm. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'm on her channel. I've been on others. Trust me, I've been on Dolly's panel. You know what I mean? Like, go ahead, throw snowballs at me. But it's about it's about finding answers, and I think that's really great when people can find a balance and it can bounce around and feel comfortable jumping in and out. Because there's some panels I would never jump on. There was some I jumped on a panel once and I just got completely wrecked, and I was like, okay, I'm done. You know, so. And it wasn't. I don't think it was. It was just the night. I don't think it was their fault. Just how it worked out, and maybe it was something I had said prior. But I like the fact that you could have this balance type of stuff, and that's why I like too when you come up because where are you at?
I'm in Louisiana.
Wow, you're up late.
Oh yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock here.
Yeah, see, but you generally have your lives come up a little later than some others, and it's kind of funny to see how people bounce from. I don't know if you see this. I'm sure you do, but you know, people bounce from live to live.
Hmm.
One shuts down, and I think it's really cool because it also comes back around to people are into it because if anything at this point to me seems constructive. It's not drama. It's
Right.
not bitching about someone else on someone else's channel that called you something and you did something like no, it's not about that.
Right. Yeah, we don't have any drama over here. If people come in trying to start drama, they get kicked right out because this is about missing kids or uh, like with Trinity's case or with Summer Wells or whatever. I just don't have time for drama. And if we're all here for the same reason, which is a voice for the voiceless, then there's no time for drama anyway. And for the most part, we've it's been pretty cool here. Everybody that I've had up on panel, this you've been on here what with me like 4 or 5 times now. It Everybody's always been respectful. Most of the time, people come in the chat are respectful, and we haven't had that much drama. Um, and I'll go to other chats, or it may not even drop in a chat, just maybe watching a live or something. And a lot of the people that's in my chat, I see them in others. And it's the same thing in their chat. They're always respectful, which is the way it should be. Like, true crime community, it just, there's no time for the drama. It's ridiculous. And some of these other communities, how some people act.
Unfortunately for me, when I see these other people and they're on their live for whatever it is, 6, 7 hours complaining about XYZ, honestly, I feel sad. I'm like, if this is the extent of your life that you can complain about somebody that lives halfway across the country that did something to you on a live 4 days ago, and you're gonna go ahead and try to dox them and do whatever, I'm like, jeez, wow, like I don't have
Yeah.
time for this stuff, and I really do. I feel bad for them because I'm like, wow, if this is your whole existence, and not like, hey, listen, if I have a grudge, okay, don't get me wrong, but like,
Mhm.
if this is what your day is, and you get done with your day, and you say, what did I do today? And you say, well, I spent 6 hours on a live complaining about some drunk cheerleader or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's like
Yep.
it's sad, and that's why I stick to a few channels. That's why I've come up on your panel. I've come up on Brittany's panel because I think that if it's balanced and we can make advancements and actually educate each other, because what this is about, it's about learning. It's about sleuthing, right? So let's
Yep.
figure out what's going on. Your brain doesn't work the way mine does, and we put the two of them together, we may figure something out.
Exactly. And that's the way true crime should be. Like, instead of, like, everybody needs to work together. Uh, do their own research and their own sleuthing, but at the same time work together, especially on a case where, like we seen with Kylie's, where the police wasn't doing anything, the family didn't, in my opinion, didn't care. Um, and you work together and you get results. Where some of these other communities that I've seen on YouTube, it's nothing but drama, and it's childish. Like, the last time I checked, I'm not in junior high anymore. I don't have time for it. It's ridiculous.
So, how do you say it? Uh huh. Uh huh. Oh, there you go. Uh
Yeah,
huh.
I
Uh
just say
huh.
I just call them uh huh.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Grudges. Yeah, 7.5 floppy disk. Oh my gosh. I remember. No, no, I don't remember those. Because I'm not that old. But yes, I do remember them. And then the 3.55 that we thought was like so cool and advanced. Yeah.
Hmm.
And then you would have to take that little metal piece on it and slide it back and forth. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Getting old. Getting old.
Just trying to catch up in chat. I've missed so much
Keep
in
kind of.
chat.
Yeah, I'm just gonna while you're reading, I'm just gonna say something. TC with Dippy and friends. I feel like that this TC community has turned into the exposing drama communities these days. Yeah, I do think so. And unfortunately, what you see, if I'm taking my 1,000 foot perspective, I do not have a channel. I do not have any intent on monetizing. I do not have any of that. Hey, look at me, come watch me talk about myself or whatever. Like, I have one follower, and it's actually me. So I get it, and it's true. It's drama, and it is trying to find some way. And this is the sad thing, because when you see these people going into these diatribes, it's about validating themselves.
Hmm.
And if you don't have enough going on in your life to validate yourself, then you have to look on other people, or you have to uh, what do you call it, deflect on other people, you
Yep.
know. and you get into your world of whataboutisms. And it's, well, what about you? You said this, and what about that? And it's sad because when you step back and you look at a lot of these people, they live some really, really lonely lives. And and a lot of times too, mental health issues may be a part of it, undiagnosed. And it's sad because I think it's an avenue that people use, but it's not really a healthy one when you get to that level.
Yeah. I, s- I would rather just come on here, you know, and sit and chill with everybody and chat and have absolutely nothing to talk about. Just sit and chill and that's it. Than I would to have drama with my channel or people in the chat. It's just it's childish and a lot of the things that some of these people who have drama with other people that they have the drama for, it's literally you would think that they were back in kindergarten. Seriously, like it's crazy.
Well, that's it. That's called loneliness.
Yeah.
And you could be lonely even though you have a family with 3 kids and a husband, or 3 kids and a wife. You could be lonely as all get up, and you could feel like the only place that you can talk is when you stand behind a computer and you don't have a face, you have an icon, and you took your best selfie you ever could, and then put a filter on it, and you pop up there, and you can be who you want to be, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's
Yeah.
a shame that that is where the only place that some people can find solace. And that being said, it's also a great place because someone can have solace, and you can walk on, and you can be, NorCal Jim with an icon of him backwards on a kayak. You don't know who I am. You don't know who I do. And so
Yeah.
you can be more relaxed. If you're going to sit around and have coffee together, it's a different story. You're looking at what everyone's wearing, what shoes they have on, how are you, what do you do, what'd you order. And so it's a more relaxed atmosphere. And that's one of the reasons I like what you do here. W- w- just by the way, what can I call you?
Me, you can just call me Scarlet.
Perfect. Thank you, Scarlett. Yeah,
Oh, no problem.
I want to like say lost, but I'm like that just kind of.
That's fine too. I mean, a lot of people call me Law, so
I
either
like
one is
Scarlet.
fine.
I like Scarlet better. Thank you.
Yeah,
But
Brian. Well, I don't think Brian's been in here in a while, but Brian, he used to come in here all the time because I won't tell what my real name is, so he just named me Scarlet and it stuck. So that's what everybody else calls me.
I'll take it. I'll take it. That's good. I just like that Scarlet. So Scarlet, Scarlet begonias, Scarlet red. So my college color was scarlet red. So anyway, uh, thank you because I really appreciate what you are doing here, um, in opening up these channels and being so relaxing and so
No
calm
problem.
and comforting for folks coming in. And I appreciate you bringing me on panel. I hope that I've been able to help,
Oh, for
I
sure.
don't know, anybody out there, especially I just like in this type of situation for me. I think my contribution is more from the male perspective, where you might not hear this as much. And I do have to admit, I'm going to tell you this right now. I was listening to one of your lives, I think last week, and my garage is built like, well, it's pretty crazy in here, but I have a hammock, and I laid down the hammock with my earbuds on. And when I woke up, your live had ended. Yes, you talked me to sleep. It
A
was
lot of
pretty.
people say that they'll start listening and then they'll end up falling asleep.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
really
No,
don't
you.
mean to do that to people.
No, no, it's good. No, in a good way. You have that voice, but anyway, so thank you so much for having me on. Thank you everybody that has been listening, and please make sure that you, you hit that like button, and we will catch up with you soon. I appreciate you,
Oh,
everybody.
no problem.
Thank you, Scarlett.
Oh, you're
Okay,
welcome, and thank you for coming up and, going over all this stuff with us.
well, I'll see you again soon. Thanks. Bye bye.
All right, have a good night. All right, so yeah, I'm probably just gonna end it here as well. It's already, well, 10 till 3, so. Who said, Kate, you have a good night, honey? Yeah, TC, make sure you email that to me, what you were talking about, and I will take a look at it. So yeah, I'm just gonna get out of here too, y'all. I went on, what was it, 15, 45 minutes early tonight, and still stayed on uh, as late as I usually do. All right, Sifa, what's your question? Nadine, you have a good night as well, honey. Is Crime Crazy still in here with us? Oh, there she is. Okay, it was you, me, and Upside Down that are talking about the indigenous people. Yes, Seafood, you said that you would like to help out, so you're more than welcome to do so. And I need to find out, is Upside Down still in here? Upside Down, do you have Twitter? Stacy, have a good night. Fatty's fam, you have a good night too, honey. Okay, let me just see. Sifa, I don't know if Upside Down, I don't think she has Twitter. So we'll have to figure out a way for the three of us to get in contact with each other. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay. All right, so Upside Down, you don't have Twitter. Okay, so Upside Down, so Sifa is gonna help us with it. Um, is it okay if I like get you two in touch with each other as well somehow? Now, Kenny, I don't have a Discord. Too many bad things going with Discord, so uh, I don't want to mess with that. Okay, so Upside Down's got IG. All right, so I'll have to figure it out. I did email you, but it also look at Matt Gilbert's community cage. Okay, TC, thank you. Yeah, Doxy, I'm not doing Discord. Email. All right, let me check my email real quick for Upside Down. Okay, so wait, let me grab a pen real quick. And so send Doxy your info. All right. I have to make a note or I'll be done forgot. Okay, yeah, Doxy, if I'll send you Sifa's information here in a little bit. Oh, wait, what is wrong with my email? All right. Upside down. I emailed you back, didn't I? Yes, I did. I emailed you back. Okay. So I'm fixing to get out of here. Um, Doxy, I love you too, honey. Have a good night. And like I said, I will send that over to you in just a few minutes. And Tonka, is Tonka still in here? She might have done left. Okay, I don't see Tonka in here, so she must have done left. You're welcome, Doxy. Okay, so Tonka, anything that you have on Miles's case that you think I need to go over or look into, could you send it to me? Scott, JSB is Jody Sue Brown. She's from the Summer Wells case. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm just gonna get out of here. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out with us tonight. I love you all. I hope you all have a good night, and I will see you all tomorrow.